All right, everyone, and welcome to the Steel Hand. This is a D&D 5e one-shot where my players here, they will be playing as a group of these people called the Steel Hand. They are essentially the enforcers of this empire. They are going to be on a mission, and we're going to start off right in the middle of it. This is a playtest for one of my homebrew worlds I'm working on, and I'm very excited to play with all these people. So without further ado, one second. So without further ado, we are going to start. Before you stands a very immaculate, beautifully carved set of stone doors. Just beautiful workmanship. Arrayed from top to the ceiling, standing at least 30, 40 feet tall. How they got these doors in here, you do not know. But nonetheless, they are beautiful. You've arrived in the city of Adara, been accepted by the people who live here, as they bowed their heads meekly to you as you walked up the street. For you do not question the Steel Hand. The guards, the local guards of this area, led you up to the keep, where they took you to the throne room and to their minor lord, Lord Thalis Voltaire of House Voltaire. He is somewhat arrogant man, slightly pompous in the way that he operates, but he knows you do not question the Steel Hand when they are sent on a mission by the High Exarch. And the doors open before you. Which of you would be the first to step in?
I imagine Wade would not hesitate in entering.
And before you is, again, a very lavish room. Tall marble pillars reach skyward, supporting a dome above you, lined with intricate bits of silver and small carvings of gold. And sitting across from you, across this beautifully marbled mosaic floor, is Lord Thalis, a slightly thin, wiry man upon his simplistic throne that stands out against everything else. He eyes you as you step into the room, surveying your company, and his eyes lock on you, Wade, as you walk in. And how do you carry yourself? What do you say?
Wade walks not with the same gait and elegance of a noble, but there's still gait and elegance nonetheless. As he enters into the room, he lets his eyes kind of dance around just for a moment to understand everything that he's looking at. And he whispers under his breath an old proverb, quite simply saying, according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. And he says it low enough, not for the Lord to hear it, but it reminds him of not the pompousness, but the power of the nobles and how out of their own abilities come the lavish stone doors he just walked through, the complex throne room he's in, but yet the also Spartan, almost too simple throne that the Lord sits in. After Wade has looked over everything once, he stops more than enough paces away from the throne room. He bows once in the traditional way, and he lifts and he says, "The Steel Hand has been summoned to serve you, my lord. We are here to serve."
Stuttering, he kind of just gives you the respective nod back, obviously recognizing your purpose in being here. And he surveys your group, eyeing each of you. And his gaze stops on this hulking man, on Duncan. Duncan, how are you standing in this room? What is your posture? What are you thinking?
As I enter, I survey the room. It's a bit more luxurious than I'm used to seeing. But I survey the room, and as I'm thinking, damn nobles in there. Question why I serve them sometimes. And he, as he thinks that, he immediately throws a thought out of his mind, and he sort of as they come to a stop, he sort of stops, nods his head to the Lord, not like an entire bow, but just as a show of respect, and then he just kind of stands there crossing his arms, very withheld and sort of cautious.
The guards surrounding the room, lining the corners and standing in their positions, really, of protection for their lord, shuffle nervously at this hulking man, and they kind of peer at the companion standing next to him, this strange carapace-like helmet on his head, flowing blue robes. What is Dallin, believe, right? Davin. What is Davin doing?
He's standing there with the sort of posture of someone who's been hunched over a desk for like 20, 30 years. And although you can't see his eyes, he's scanning the room, sort of taking in the architecture, taking in people's faces, just taking all this knowledge that he's never seen before, taking in the sights. He nods his head towards the Lord, but doesn't say anything.
And you say nothing. Your eyes beneath his carapace helm locking with his, although he cannot see them. He kind of fidgets nervously in his seat as he feels that somebody's watching him, staring him down, but he cannot see your eyes. He kind of looks down and looks back up at Gervais. And what is Gervais doing?
So Gervais would have probably been the last one to walk in the room. Soldier at heart, forced into service by fate. He's a hard man. His face crisscrossed with the scars of many battles. He cares little for this sort of pomp and circumstance. He's got a job to do, and that's what he does. He does little to sugar his words. He's a man of action. He just stands there, stoic, and he would most likely walk up next to and stand just to the right of Wade. This great, really unadorned great sword just kind of resting across his right shoulder.
And Lord Thalos eyes this group, this assortment of Steel Hand. The Procurants and the Steelborn are in attendance, and he eyes them, shifting nervously in his seat once more, and says, I'm sure you've been informed as to what the problem might be. Those blasted Delvers, some of my guards caught them in the marketplace. They fled. Thankfully, we don't have the manpower to deal with them. But they were here, mark my words. My captain of the guard even saw them.
My lord, if there's one thing I have learned with the Steel Hand, it is this. Never interrupt your enemies when they are making a mistake. They have made a mistake by coming here. They have made a mistake by being seen. And they have made a mistake by interrupting your own lordly duties. I can assure you that we of the Steel Hand will understand and then eradicate the issue that you presented before us.
He nods gratefully. You see this nervousness kind of leave a little bit as he seems to be speaking with someone who seems to be refined, who knows his way around language and knows his way around the lexicon of the nobles. And he kind of just slowly nods to you, smiling appreciatively, says, well, we will help you however we can. They must be eradicated, assuredly, for the Edicts of Knowledge must be enforced, and knowledge must be suppressed for those who are willing and capable of handling it. For knowledge is chaos, unless it falls in the right hands.
At that, Wade's eye, just slightly, the smallest of twitches goes through it. But he doesn't address the twitch. He simply mutters almost too weak, indeed. And then he turns to his comrade in arms, Gervais, with many times on field missions such as this. And he kind of indicates to him to step forward, saying, the Steelborn are more apt to this type of thing than I am when it comes to muscle, when it comes to fighting. My man Gervais often has questions that I do not think to ask about where our enemies may be or what our enemy is doing. And so if it would suit you, my lord, I would like to turn the floor over to him.
He nods and looks at Gervais.
Gervais takes a step forward, looks at the guards, looks at the Lord, kind of gives a knowing look to Wade, because Wade knows what's coming next. Show me where you saw them.
And slowly he nods his head and kind of, almost as if he's anticipated that, questions would come. He leans to the side. A guard leaves momentarily and comes back in with a guard more adorned than this one, wearing flowing blue rather than the simple piecemeal of the guards here. He's got a blue cloak and a full helmet, which he removes, revealing a handsome face and flowing dark hair. Kind of nods to you. I'm Captain Thalen. I will show you where I saw the infidels, if you will follow me, my lord.
I could give a damn about all these titles. Just take us there.
And he just slowly, he cringes a bit and then just nods and puts his helmet back on and walks towards the end of the room.
Yeah, and as he starts to walk away, that's when Gervais would turn to Wade and say, pretty pompous asses. Useless tits they are. And he would start following after the guard.
Wade whispers a quick, like nipples on a breastplate, my friend. And he turns back to the Lord. He gives him a deep, very proper bow and says, your will shall be done. Now, if you will excuse us, we shall go and remove the weeds that are in your garden, my lord.
And the Lord watches from his seat as the two of you turn to leave. Duncan and Davin, what are you doing?
As Duncan kind of watches the base conversation, the questions asked, as he sees Gaval go to leave, he moves to follow, just not saying anything. Kind of like as he moves to follow, he kind of gets a passing nod to the Lord and just walks out, as if the Lord isn't even worth his time of day.
Davin sort of turns to leave. He stops, sort of mid-turn, faces back and says, we will find the true nature of this knowledge they are handing out and end them for it. And then turns and walks back down towards the other three stillborn. Stillhand.
And you leave this immaculate room with the guards fidgeting nervously and Thalos sitting upon his simple throne, hands kind of fidgeting in his lap as he nervously allows you to leave and investigate his city. You step out into the road, leaving this immaculate keep, following Thalen, and as you go down the cobbled streets, the onlookers passing by, the simple dun, the peasantry, bow their heads to you meekly, not making eye contact and splitting apart from you like the waves of the sea. They maintain this bow until you pass, showing the proper respect demanded of nobility, demanded of the steel hand, demanded of those of higher station and knowledge than they. And as you pass, as they're wearing these simple brown and gray clothing, they wait until you are gone and then go on their way. Thalen leads you on, down this winding street, past the simple cottages and buildings, until you arrive at a marketplace. Here, the people bustle back and forth, but they do not fail to afford you the respect you deserve. They move out of the way as you walk into this crowded area, sifted aside like sand, and Thalen stops on the far end of the marketplace, before an alleyway. And he turns to you. This is where I saw them, my lords. This is where they left. A group of them. 6, 7.
Six or seven, you say? And Wade starts stroking his mustache, and he says, what did these men look like?
Well, stereotypical, I must say, sir. Wearing their green robes, as usual, blades strapped to sides, bearing the crest. They were simple, the Delvers, really. You know them. You know what they look like. No one of high ranking, no primes or seneschals, but just a small group of them.
I would look to him and say, did you see how they left?
He nods and says, well, I did see them leave. I did see that they were carrying with them several boxes. They dropped the large ones, taking the small ones with them, as well as leaving that on the ground. And he kind of cocks his head over towards the alleyway where, glistening on the ground, slightly cleaned, is kind of a pool of what looks like this brown swirling liquid. Anyone who has ever studied the use of potions or the use of magic can make an Arcana check. They might know what this is.
Give me 1 second, I'm making one.
Actually, I believe I have advantage on this, so I'm going to roll.
Yeah, this is a concoction of the Delvers, so you do have advantage.
Oh, 20.
And okay, cool.
Mine's a 16.
Okay, perfect. So all three of you know what this is. It's not a surprise that you do. Employed quite often by these Delvers. It's called Brimsbay. And Brimsbay is a concoction that makes the ground very, very slippery. Essentially like grease. Obviously, they must have used it to cover their escape as they left.
Wade strides forward and he goes to one knee before this not arcane fluid, but this alchemic this creation. And he reaches into the bag he keeps on his back. He takes out this, not a vial, but like a small, like an inkwell, essentially. And inside the inkwell, it has a feather in it. And he sticks the quill into the liquid just enough to scoop a little bit, brings it to his nose to smell it, and then puts it in there just a little bit as a sample before tightening the cap on the inkwell and putting it back into his pack. And he looks to the man and he says, do you know why this is here, sir?
Thalen slowly shakes his head and says, we've never seen Delvers before, let alone seen any concoction like this. I know several of my men fell in it, but I don't know what it is.
It's used for escape. Tell me, these men actually, excuse me. I'm sorry, Captain Thalen. Tell me, how big of a town is this? How many people live in this city?
Well, we are by no means a large city, like the capital, but I'd say maybe 3,000, give or take.
Not too many. And what do you know, Captain Thalen, of the criminals of the city? Any gangs, street or not, syndicates, organizations?
He slowly nods his head and says, well, there is a group. They just call themselves the Blackbane, but they aren't very active as of late. We've tried to crack down on them, caught a couple, took out a leader maybe a month back. As far as I'm aware, they haven't made any hits lately.
Wade stands. He looks at Davin. My friend, we have this alchemical liquid here. It has been spilled and used as an escape. The only criminal syndicate who might know about these secrets has been disbanded and otherwise destroyed. So tell me, Davin, what would you suggest we do in this situation?
You see this book sort of float out of his bag. It's steel covered, opens up, and the pages flick to a blank page, and he's scribbling down some notes in a script that you can't quite make out. It would be a good idea to search along this alleyway and then search the shops where you might purchase the ingredients for this Brimsbay. See who they may have sold them to.
Well thought. I agree, my friend. Part of me wants us to split into teams, but I know if we do, the chances of us being ambushed increases. So, that being said, I suppose we might as well start with this alleyway. Captain Thalen, do you have any men you could bring to help us?
He says, I can spare a dozen or so to help in your investigations, if that is what you desire.
It is. Bring them with haste.
He nods and begins to stride back towards the keep.
As he does so, Wade turns to both Gervais and he turns to Duncan and he says, we're going to begin by scoping out this alleyway. If there's anything hidden here, we will find it. If we find it, we can find a clue for where our friends the Seekers are. If anything, we're looking for pieces of paper, perhaps something that's been written on, something that looks like they might have been sharing knowledge with. Even something as small as a quill will help me, my friends.
Everyone roll investigation to check the alleyway.
Sorry, what was that?
Roll investigation to check out the alleyway. Unless you're going to do something else.
Okay. Just give me a second. I just realized I left my dice somewhere.
So while Wade and Davin are talking, Gervais is not inactive. He's actively scanning this scene. He sees the telltale signs of a quarry he and Wade have chased many a time. In the back of his mind, he grows impatient. He trusts his friend, but sometimes, Jesus, man, why do you waste so much time? Let's just get to them already. And he starts to move for this alleyway.
The book in front of him flicks another dozen or so pages back, and you see Davin reach forward, and this blue energy start to come from the words on the pages. He takes this energy in a sort of ball and places it at his face, and it's I'm casting detect magic.
All right, cool.
And
so what does it look like from your eyes? What does the world look like now that you've cast this on yourself?
So he would see these blue sort of lines of threads going through space, and if there was magic in the area, they would sort of direct, like heavy magic. I mean, they would sort of direct and follow and lead him to that object as he's moving forward.
So as you walk forward, these blue ethereal lines stretching from you, only visible to you, several of them fall in this pile of Brimsbay. Several of them kind of just go off wispingly into the air, knowing that the Aeth has distracted them to other places. But some of them lead further down into the alleyway. Walking alongside you comes Duncan, just glancing about. And you notice on the ground, Duncan, what appears to be this thick splotch of mud interlaced with what appears to be leaves. Stands very strikingly odd to you, being here in this city. But alas, Davin continues, not noticing this. But you are led further down, continuing along this path, until you find, sitting in the ground, resting there, a scrap of cloth, which the pieces of this ethereal lines attach to vigorously. just unwilling to move, like when you put your hand on the side of one of those electromagnetic ball things. Just all of the light, all these little tendrils attached to it, and just explode with Aeth. So, Gervais, as you are glancing about as well, you can't be certain, but a man in one of the marketplace stalls seems to have been watching you for a while. And once you make eye contact with him, his head drops subserviently, and he goes back to selling his wares.
That doesn't go unnoticed. Gervais quickly walks over there. Says, you man. Why do you stare at us? Tell us what you know of. Oh shit, what are those guys called?
Delvers.
Delvers. Tell us what you know of the Delvers.
He looks up at you in surprise as you speak to him, but then he quickly bows his head again. And he says, I saw them, my lord. Roll insight.
$18.
Ooh, okay. You beat him. He is telling you the truth. He did see them, which is odd. Why would he be out here selling wares so late? People do sell wares this late, but it's a little bit strange, especially for what he is selling. Basic goods, food, rations, basic survival gear. But he looks up at you, and he says, I saw them, my lord, quickly bowing his head again.
Well, I know you saw them. I want you to tell me what you saw. Wade.
And
Duncan.
Wade is at his side in a moment, and Wade puts his hand up, not wanting Duncan to approach it, because he knows with two stillborn here, things will become too violent too quickly.
You know me all too well.
Wade looks at Gervais and says, my friend, remember you never cut down a tree in wintertime. Patience, caution. Now, my friend. And he looks at this dun. And is there like a stool or something around?
A stool? Yeah, certainly. There's a stool.
Yeah.
It has a crate sitting on top of it with some of his goods.
All right, so Wade's going to take this stool and sit down on it. He's going to reach into his component pouch. He pulls out a single copper piece, and he puts it just onto his lap, and he whispers some words, and he looks up to meet this man directly in the eyes. When he does so, the power of the Aeth begins to flow through him. It begins to flow through the Etherions in his eyes, in his tear ducts to be exact. His eyes begin to water with this almost quicksilver-like fluid. It makes him completely glaze over. You can't see the iris or the pupil. And Wade looks at this man, and then he looks through this man. He looks inside of this man, into the deepest recesses of his mind, as I cast detect thoughts. So initially, I'm going to gain the surface level thoughts, but then I'm going to make him make a wisdom saving throw, DC 16, to learn the deeper stuff, the emotional state, and what's looming on his mind.
So, very similar to the detect magic spell that he used, your eyes connect with him. You glimpse into his mind. You reach into the deepest recesses of who he is. And you get surface thoughts. You get... So if he fails, you get to see like really deep, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. So you delve deep into his mind. And you see him... You see through his eyes, actually. You see what he saw. You see him looking up at the Delvers as they buy wares from him and just shaking his head and says, the Black Bane need this money, but I'm going through an awful lot to do this for you. You know that, right? And the Delvers nod at him and say, don't worry, my friend. This is important. It could turn the tide. And he just shakes his head. I really hope you know what you're doing. And the Delver nods back at him. Peace, friend. Peace. They'll never find out. Takes the crates and leaves. As he watches, you hear a shout. And you see Thalen rushing across the courtyard with several guards. One of them throws a vial on the ground, one of the Delvers, creating this viscous liquid that several of the guards trip and falling, cracking their heads against the ground. They drop the crates, throwing them at the guards, and just sprint off with what they can. And then you're back into reality. He's sweating, a cold sweat over his face, sweat beading around his eyes and dripping down off his chin as he looks at you.
So Gervais, Wade has done this many times before. So Gervais has seen it. He waits patiently, and when he sees his eyes start to shift back to normal, he asks his friend, "What did you see? What did you learn?"
And Wade sits there for a moment, eerily silent, as he usually is when he finishes any sort of magic. And he closes his eyes. He doesn't fully dispel the ability yet. He doesn't fully dispel the spell. He holds it there for just a moment because he thinks he might need to go back into the thoughts. But he says, I saw him talking to the devils. I saw that he is a member of the Black Bane, I believe it is called. I saw that there's some kind of plan being hatched.
And at this point, roll insight, Lionel, to see if you catch him before he takes off. Nope. Okay, you don't see him tense up. And then once you say, I saw that he saw the Delvers, and that he was, that whole spiel that you said that everything he saw, he sprints away. He just takes off. And behind him, he throws a bottle on the ground that you did not see him fingering. Brisbane, spreading across the floor behind him as he sprints towards an alley. And we are now in a chase, gentlemen.
Awesome.
Wade doesn't move at first. Actually, he sits there kind of rubbing his eyes. And then he doesn't hear footsteps. So he says, Duncan, Gervais, what are you two waiting for? Catch that man.
Yep.
As he's like saying, "What are you waiting for?" He just sees like Duncan just book it past him as he sees the man running. Like mid sentence, just Duncan's already booking it.
About how far away is he?
So we're gonna go like this. I'm gonna put in the chat when people gonna go. So he goes first. He took his dash action, and as a bonus action, he dropped the vial. Next up, Duncan acted, and then Gervais. And then I'm going to assume Davin's going to go. And then we'll go with Wade, since you're kind of still coming out of this trance-like state you were in. So he sprinted away. So he's not running towards the keep. He's not running towards the alley. He went eastward rather than north or south. So go ahead. Duncan, you take the dash action also, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So you get within you have to go around. So you're going to get within 30 feet of him. But he's just still sprinting away from you. All right. Go ahead. It's your guys' go. So Gervais.
Gervais just goes, "Why do they always run?" And he runs not full bore after this guy. He runs, and when he gets about 30 feet away, he all of a sudden just explodes into this mist. His form loses all physical being, and almost immediately he reforms right behind Garrett and tackles him. I'm going to Misty Step.
Okay, go ahead and make me a contested strength to take him down. I'm going to give him disadvantage because he did not see that coming.
26.
Whew, yeah, you stomp him. He got a 15. What does it look like? How do you take him down?
So just as he's saying, "Why do they always run?" he just wordlessly hands his great sword over to Wade, who is still standing next to him, and then he runs. And in the mid run, he just literally like I said, described, he just disappears into this puff of mist. And it almost, you think of light snow falling. That's what happens. So there's just like this light snow, and then he just kind of blinks back into existence next to this guy, and he just barrel arms wraps around this guy and just bears his weight down on him, bringing him to the street. And I would imagine as they both hit, there's just like grunt as the air is knocked out of both of their lungs.
Yeah, you slam into him. You bring him face first. His face slams into the cobblestone, sliding across it, grit and muck streaking across his face. His chin clacking against the cobblestone as it racks back and forth, dislocating his jaw. And he just grunts as you slam into him. You take the cushion, landing on top, and he just can't move. He's just lying there, just breathing heavily, wincing in pain.
And Gervais would just whisper ever so delicately in his ear, "You try something like that again, and I will find pleasure in killing you." And with that, he would start pulling him back up while waiting for his compatriots to get here. Or maybe I'd start walking him back slowly.
Man, what an epic chase, though. That's all I can say, man. That was so good. So you pull him to his feet, grabbing him and walking him back over towards your group. His head slumped, his jaw hanging loosely, and he kind of just gazes downwards, defeated.
As he's brought back, Wade, with his quicksilver eyes, the handkerchief in his hand, and he's dabbing away the residue of the spell and everything. And he sees the man being brought back. But before they go back to that, Wade looks over to Devin and he says, "Brother Sage, when you cast your spell earlier, did you see anything other than the obvious?"
Sorry, can you just quickly say the item that I saw again? It was...
Yeah. So the item you found was this kind of mottled green piece of cloth. It shimmered like lightly, and the eighth was drawn completely to it.
Okay. Yeah. So Davin he stoops down and picks up this piece of cloth, turning to Wade. "I found this. It I require more study before I know exactly what it is."
With a wave of his hand, strands of mercury begin to kind of manifest from air. The droplets at first, and then they connect in the ropes, and they attach themselves to the strip of cloth. And it's going to be a mage hand. He's pulling it from your hands into his, where it's delivered. And he says, "No need, Brother Sage. As you do remember, divination is my specialty. But before we get to that, my friend," and he looks over to Gore, who's being brought back by Gervais, and he says, "My friend, why run? What is..." Sorry, stupid question. With still hand. "You know what we're going to have to do to you. You know that execution or imprisonment is in your future. Ways to make your fates less horrific, my friend, if you're willing to cooperate."
He looks up at you. You can roll intimidation, persuasion, whatever you feel like you want to. Take advantage, because he is definitely not in the mood to die.
Even with advantage, I rolled extremely low, like below a 10 low. So
Yeah, so you say this to him, and he kind of like looks up at you, and you see him waver for a second, and he looks at you and spits. But his jaw, hanging loosely, just kind of dribbles down his chin. But you know what his intentions were. I want you to roll me an intelligence check, Wade, to remember something else that you saw as you were diving into his mind.
natural 20.
You remember perfectly. This man has a family. You know that this is the single most important thing in his life, above everything. a son, a daughter, and a wife. And on the forefront of his mind was his worry for them.
If there's one thing Wade does not like doing, it's threatening the done in any capacity. But he understands it's a still hand. He must do what he must do. And so Wade simply says, Duncan, my friend, if you're to come here, please.
Duncan walks over.
Duncan, if you would, please draw your sword. Don't swing it, just draw it for right now.
Duncan places his hand on his longsword and sort of like draws out the blade, and it's just.
Now, my friend Garay, and Wade turns back to him. My friend, it's simple. The law of our land is very, very simple. The Lord said it, and it is done. And when the law is broken, we, the steel hand, ensure that you do not break it again. However, at times, those who break the law contaminate others, if you would. They get others in trouble, and as the steel hand, we must bring those others to justice. Now, Mr. Garay, I do not say this to threaten you. I say this as a matter of fact, as a matter of law. My friend Duncan is very skilled, and I highly doubt that Lisa, Meli, and Thaid are nearly as skilled as you are at running. And I can attest to you that if you do not tell us what we need to know, we will fully enforce the law. And my man Duncan will swing his sword. And I cannot tell you what happens to those who have. Sorry, I tripped over my words, my friend Garay. I cannot tell you simply how horrible that will be for all of us.
He looks up at you, and I'm assuming that he sees nothing but conviction in your eyes as you say this. And his eyes look over at Duncan. What does he see in Duncan?
Duncan just kind of stares at him. Like, there's a slight sympathy in his eyes, but also there's that he also sees that sort of glint of he won't hesitate to kill at all. There's sympathy, but there's also that what's a good word for it?
You have your sense of duty.
Yeah, that sense of duty. Like, he won't hesitate to do it just because he has a job. Regardless how he personally feels about it, it is his job.
And seeing sympathy, he gets a glimmer of hope. But then he realizes the determination in your frown. He sees that you understand his plight, but he also knows that you will do what needs to be done. He is an insightful man. He is cowardly and underhanded, but Jarre is not an idiot. And he lowers his head and just nods subserviently and says, kind of in a garbled voice, with his jaw hanging loosely, "What is it you'd ask of me, my lords?"
It's simple, my friend. Very simple. You tell us the names that we need to know about these delvers. You tell us about their plan, and then you tell us where we can find them, or a place where we can find out how to find them. And remember, Shure, do not lie. We only tell the truth here in our land.
And he looks up at you and says, "Those that came did not share names. The only one that I heard, and the only one that mattered, was Seneschal Ember. And you know immediately who Seneschal Ember is. Among the Delvers, there's a classification. They have a hierarchy. They are not mindless thugs and infidels. And second in command, nobody knows how many of them there are, but they're called the Anointed of Warden, their leader. These are the Seneschals. And you would all probably feel excitement knowing that you have the potential to catch a Seneschal this day. This means promotion. You catch a Seneschal, you're promoted. Pretty high up, actually.
That's one question answered, my friend, and I think I can speak for all of us as still hand that you gave us a very good answer. That means that at least Lisa will be saved. Now then, in order for Mary and Thaid to be safe as well, we must answer the next two questions, which, as I may remind you, where can we find them and what was their plan?
He says, I don't know where exactly they went, but I know that it does have something to do with even further to the north, over the Sea of Mist, the stepping stones. I don't know what they're doing there. I don't know why they're there. I just know they come to me and the Blackbane for supplies, for goods, to keep them there. And they've been doing this for a month, maybe. It was a fluke they got caught. They thought they had the jail, the guards patrol down the times that they came in, but they got seen.
And these stepping stones, where are they, my friend?
So you know the stepping stones. The Sea of Mist is a place in the north, just barely bordering this land that you're in right now of House Voltaire. The stepping stones are these massive mountains that seem to rest alone over this mist, separated on all sides. Imagine, when in Dragon Ball Z, when Goku uses a Kamehameha and they stand against it, and it leaves like those lines behind him, like
Yes.
where the Kamehameha didn't hit. It's like
Mhm.
that, but just mountains. So these mountains are separated and tied together with rope bridges in the middle, just kind of over the Sea of Mist.
Do you think, my man Jure, that after seeing you just these few days ago, that these Delvers have returned to the stepping stones?
Sorry, you're asking him or the rest of the Steel Hand?
I'm asking him.
He says, well, I don't think they know that I've been caught. They'll probably lie low for a while, and assuming that nothing happens, they're probably still there. And he looks ashamed as he says this, knowing that he is potentially selling out these individuals.
All right then. Well, sir, I can tell you that this, unless my other friends have other questions, do you, Devin? Do you, Gavin?
Devon steps forward. Where did you come by your Brimsbay? Were you given it? Did you purchase it? Where?
Kind of looks up at you and says, the Blackbane are known for acquiring strange ingredients, my lord.
That didn't exactly answer my question. Where exactly did you get it from?
Yeah, and that Gervais would I kind of see him as kind of holding this guy's arms in behind his back like that, and he would just tighten that up. So you would see his chest pull tight, and you would start hearing the kind of the stretching of, and maybe his shoulders starting to creak and almost pop.
It would be a shame if something were to happen to your Marie. And with that, you start to see sort of flecks of red start appearing on his mask as he casts sort of prestidigitation to sort of make these red looking. It looks like blood, like splashes are appearing on his mask as he stares into this guy's face.
He kind of like looks up at you and he says, well, the place where all illicit substances come, the spider. And you know who the spider is. It's another problem for the Steel Hand. He's an illicit dealer who always seems to be one step ahead of everyone. Very skilled at his trade, very well known, but only known as the spider. No one knows who he actually is. And it wouldn't surprise you that they probably bought these illicit substances from him. For he has connections everywhere. For his is the thread, and the web, the kingdom.
I guess that will do. And the blood fades.
Well then, Wade says that. He says, well then, and then he stops for a second. Now, Wade is a man who sympathizes with the done. He knows that they are forced to do the things they do because they simply are not educated. They are not allowed to rise to a point to be able to do the things they should be able to do. But even though he wants to give away this man, he wants to let him go, he knows he cannot. He is still hand. There's a reputation he must keep up, and there is loyalty towards the order in his mind. And so he reaches a mental compromise. And he says, Gervais, if you please, wait, first, Julie, are you left or right-handed?
He looks up at you with fear in his eyes. And he doesn't answer immediately. But he looks down towards his right hand and then looks back up at you.
Gervais, if you please, would hold out his left hand. And put it on this crate.
Yep.
You do it?
Yeah, I would immediately do it.
You feel a slight bit of resistance, but he doesn't fight back more than that. As you put the hand down on the stool.
Sir Duncan, if you would please, the fingers above the second knuckles. And he steps back, and he doesn't look away. He knows he has to watch, but he doesn't watch happily as he instructs Duncan to basically cut off the tops of his fingers.
Duncan walks over, sheathing his longsword and taking out a dagger. And he proceeds to effectively just gets it over with. Just a quick slice down as he just quickly removes the tips of the fingers.
And with each cut, he cries in pain. Just gasping screams. The dun around you in the marketplace bow their heads even lower and shuffle away as quickly as they can. They don't know what happened. They don't even know why, but they do not question it. And you remove the tips of his fingers. Just one cut after the other. Until all that's left are these bloodied tips. And he just groans, barely overcoming the pain and not passing out, fighting back against it. And he moans weakly on his knees. He looks up at Gervais. And you see in his eyes subservience. You see sorrow. And you just see this look, this questioning look of how, why.
To others, that would probably, and even to Duncan, that might garner him some sympathy. If anything, that just raises the bile in Gervais. He's disgusted by that. He kind of, his lip just curls up in utter disdain for this man. He is scum. Not worthy of coating the bottom of his boot. And he looks over, he just like passes over him and looks at Wade and says, "You are too kind to them. I have told you that is a weakness." And he would just walk over to his friend and retrieve his great sword and say, "We must go. With every passing minute, they get further from us."
And Wade, without a word, he hands off the great sword. It was too heavy for him anyway. And as Gervais says that, Wade looks at the man on the ground for a moment. He sees the sympathy in his eyes, the pain in his eyes, and he says, "A long time ago, my friend, there was a place called the City of Glass. Sat south of here, of course. Very old, very ancient. We actually learned about it from our discovery of the library called The Last. So you've, of course, never heard of that either. But there's a proverb that the City of Glass had, and that is, the law is hard, but it is the law. Very simple, very clean, and it won't give you much comfort, sir, now, but in the future, do remember, The law is hard, but the law is the law. And with that, Wade would kind of bow slightly at the man, who would do a star over his heart in the manner of the gods, and then he would turn and take out the green piece of fabric he had taken from the vine and say to the others, "Let us go and find a place somewhat secluded, friends. I have work to do."
At this point, Thalen shows up with a bunch of guards behind him, a dozen, and they approach and they look at you questioningly and look down at this man with his tips of his fingers removed, and they just nod their heads knowing that you've already done more than they've been able to. And they approach the man, bring him to his feet and handcuff him and say, "What would you have us do with him, my lord?"
He's already been punished, put him into a cell for about a week's time, then return him to his family.
And they nod, and looking at the rest of you for confirmation.
Before they go, Duncan puts up his hand and he walks up to the man. And he kind of like steps in close and like he's probably like a good 4 or 5 inches taller than them. And he just kind of like, as he steps in close, he looks down and "I am sorry we had to do this to you." He says this in a low tone, "But I ask you to understand, this is law."
And he looks up at you questioningly. The Dun have been raised to know that the Steel Hand are monstrous, generally, showing very little compassion for the Dun. Theirs is the law, and they will enforce it. And he looks up at you questioningly, wondering what your ploy is. Like, do you want more information? And he lowers his head subserviently again as they take him away. Thalen stays behind, awaiting what you would have him do, or what you would do, looking at each of you expectantly.
Wade ignores him and looks at Gervais. "So we've learned his people are likely at the stepping stones. We've also found this as courtesy of Brother Sage, Davin," and he hands up the green cloth. "This is magic. I don't know how powerful magic. I plan on identifying that here in a moment. But tell me, Gervais, and you too as well, Duncan and Davin, would you suggest that we scope out this city some more? Or would you like to, after finish identifying this, we ride hard for the stepstones?"
I think we should follow the trail further, see where it leads. Follow where they went in the alleyway.
If I may.
Yes, Duncan. Sorry.
If I may, caution is to be advised here. We may have a general understanding of who these men are, but for all we know, we could walk into a den of hundreds. It's possible that others in the city may have had dealings and potentially dealt with them. But I leave that to you to decide. Just that's my piece.
Of course, my friend, we will always have caution. Hopefully none of us have made it this far without having it, but you are right. It could be hundreds, it could be more than even that, or I do pray that it is less. And then he looks at Gervais for his thoughts. Gervais, excuse me.
Do not cower from these vermin. I don't care if there are 100. They are no match for us. When have we ever been surprised by them?
We've been surprised by them many times before, my friend. You might say you've never been surprised, but we have been ambushed more than once.
So, what is that cloth you have there? Might I see it?
Yes, here you go, friend. Do not tear it as you like to do. Keep it as whole as you can for me to divine from it afterwards. And he hands it to Gervais.
So, this cloth, as you take it, feeling the fabric in your hand, this thin, coarse material that shimmers lightly in the sun, you, yeah, nice grabbing motion. That was very nice, very in character, man. You hold this cloth, and you feel it, and you felt this before. You feel the surge of the eighth as you hold it, and you know that the normal delver is given a simple cloak, initiation. They wear it as a sign of distinction more than anything. It affords no protection, no advantage. But this one, as you hold it, you feel the power in it. You know that this is in fact the cloth of a prime or a squad captain among delvers. So now you know that not only is there a seneschal within reach, but a prime as well.
Yeah. A slow smile spreads across Gervais' face. He rubs his cloth. Do you not smell that, Duncan? A prime. Excellent. And he would hand the cloth gingerly back to Wade. My friend, you must divine this. We must trap this prime.
A prime, you say? And Wade looks over at the brother sage, Devin, and he says, a prime. That means that this, my friend, is magic. Not just any magic, but something powerful. A part of his cloak, perhaps, a part of some kind of armor, maybe some kind of cloth armor. What we learn from this, we can add to the annuals.
He nods, and he's going to do the same motion of bringing out the book and it flicking to the page and drawing the this blue essence and placing it into his eyes. And just because I forgot before, what kind of magic is this cloth sort of producing as I cast Detect Magic again?
So
I can get that.
Do you mean like the type specifically?
Yeah, like the type.
So I'm gonna say that this is still going for you unless you would have turned it off, because it does last 10 it does last 10 minutes, I believe.
Yeah. I wasn't
sure.
So
the magic coming from this cloth specifically is some sort of an abjuration magic mixed with some sort of a transmutation. But you can feel that this cloth is at least 75% eighth. And for those of you who don't know who are tuning in, eighth is the magic of this world. So yeah, this is like 75% eighth. It's the real high quality stuff, guys.
High quality.
This ain't no 50% cotton. This is 75% eighth.
This cloth is very magical.
Yes. Captain Thalen, if you would, I need you to get me a room. No windows, no lights. As quiet as possible, if you would.
Thalen nods to you. Of course, my lord. And turns to start walking back towards the keep, where you will be afforded the room that you have requested.
And as I follow, I say to my companions, it will take me about 10 minutes or so to fully divine what I have in my hands here. I'll figure out what patterns are in it, how it was woven, what it was woven with, everything I can. For them leaving us was the biggest mistake. And he remembers the proverb that he told the Lord earlier about never interrupting your enemies from making mistakes. And he knows now that has come true. So, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so what does this spell allow you to do?
So what it does mechanically is I'll just go ahead and read it to you. I choose an object. I learn if it's a magic item, what all its properties are, what spell was used to make it, what spells are still affecting it, and if it has any spells attached to it, what spells are attached to it. So when we get to this, when Phelan leads me to this room, and I go in by myself, I'll leave everyone outside. There's no windows, no lights in any court. If any type, it's almost pitch black. He goes to the center of the room, and he goes to his knees in like a meditative position with the cloth before him. And he reaches into his component pouch, and instinctively he knows where it is, a pearl of extreme value. In fact, these pearls were found from the lost library of Thalassa. These things are ancient. These things are relic. These things are worth more than 1,000 dun heads, essentially. And he takes that pearl and he puts it down on the cloth, and he begins to rub at his eyes. And as he does so, he massages the tear ducts. And then the eighth comes through the etherions, and they become quicksilver again. And light fills the room, but not a light that any eyes can see other than Wade himself. And he sees the patterns of the eighth around him, these motes of light, these motes of beauty like fireflies buzzing around. And he turns his gaze to the cloth, and then he begins to discern the patterns, and from the patterns, the information that he has been sent to procure.
And as your eyes fall upon this cloth, you just see the most beautiful, pure form of Aeth you've ever seen. And from it, the properties you divine is protection. Wards, Aeth wards are placed over this, affording the wearer a protection of sorts. You see that this cloak, whatever it's made of, would allow a user to be able to change themselves into something else. It would allow them to become one with the Aeth and one with nature, to become essentially a beast. You see that this cloak, the spells placed upon it are so pure, but you've never seen anything like it, ever. Not even once. This is probably your first time ever studying the Cloak of a Prime. And as you are looking upon it, as you are gazing on this piece of eternity, essentially, this beautiful Aeth, you know that the wearer, the person who carries this cloak, is a female, a human woman. You cannot see the details of who she is, but you know that she is in the north, because you can feel the pull of the cloak emitting from this same piece of fabric.
Wade's eyes close, and again he begins to dab out the quicksilver. He can no longer see the beauty of the world in its most true and bare and naked form. And he stands up with this piece of history in his hands, and he walks outside, and everyone will see that Wade is carrying this like a woman, like a mother with a newborn baby. And he looks to all of you, half smiling, strokes his mustache, and says, "My friends Duncan and Gervais, this is for you." Oh, more for Gervais than anything, Duncan. You've never been much of the bloodthirsty type. But the woman who wore this cloak, this female Prime, this cloak she has gives her two benefits, my friends. The first is it will protect her from the swings of your swords. The second is it will allow her to transform into the shape of a beast. Now, Gervais, you yourself are a beast of a man, but I don't mean this in the poetic sense. I mean this in the literal sense, like of the legends done like to tell over in the West, of the people who could shapeshift into wolves and the bats and the lions and all those fantastic creatures. That is what this is.
So we're dealing with a beastling then.
Yes, as the Dud would call it to my friend, a beastling.
This will lead to some interesting developments.
Interesting is one way to put it.
Less of a beastling, more of one who twists the Aeth to change her form.
Yes, my friend. It's similar to when you become mist, but instead of becoming mist, she becomes animal. And Wade looks to Davin for his input.
Davin is busy sort of writing in his book, his steel-bound book, exactly what you've said. Is there any more information you can give me on the exact nature of these spells?
Exact nature escapes me because a lot of it, my brother Sage, is in the material. I don't know what exactly they used to weave this, but they've weaved it with so much Aeth that essentially these spells are innate. They're not acted. They're not like what we write in our books. They're not like what we found in the Lost Library. The more, Brother Sage, do you remember the lost tribes of the North? They would say to live in the mountains, and rumor had it beyond the mountains. And they had the story of the Wendigo, essentially, a man who through cannibalism gained the power to change into different shapes. This is like that, without the cannibalism, of course. I suspect that that is just a theory, just an old rumor, but it's a theory right now. But I believe it's like that. Or as the Dun call it now, the beastlings, or the men who can change into birds or into wolves that prowl the land and their superstitions.
You see his book just begin rapidly flicking pages as he's sort of going over his previous notes on these northern tribes. There's not much information on these tribes. Perhaps when we head north, we shall encounter them and we can gain more information.
Perhaps we're looking for a woman. That is what the spell told me. A woman who can shapeshift along with her cohort and the seneschal, who may or may not be magical like we are. We know how the seneschals often know too much knowledge for their own good. And Wade says that last bit a bit sarcastically. And then he looks at Gervais and he says, my friend, when we find this woman, and this is just a suspect from rumors I have heard, I can in no way verify this, but when you kill someone who has taken the shape of a beast, it's like peeling away their skin, if that makes sense. The actual person is still underneath. What I'm saying, my friend, is that even if you cut the head off, you may need to cut it off twice. And he looks at Duncan as well to make sure that he gets that information.
So Gervais listens. He himself twists the eighth to do his bidding in order to do the work that he must do. But every time he does, it turns his skin. It makes it crawl. As you and Devin talk so passionately about it, his skin, it's as you speak, begins to crawl.
My friend, I know you do not like. I can read it on your face. Don't try to hide it. You never try to hide anything. I don't know why I would tell you this. But my friend Gervais, I know you do not like this. But if anything else, understand this. Out of every person we've hunted before, out of every criminal we've brought back, this Prime, it will give us a promotion whether we kill her or not. And she may know things we do not. The beastlings have layers, my friend. Let us not peel the heart of this matter, just the outer core.
I will do as you say, but I'll tell you I don't always like it.
I know you don't, my friend, and I don't always like how you tend to start at the feet first when you begin to cut people up, but we all have our tastes, I suppose. And with that, Wade would turn to Captain Thaler and say, my man, I need 2 things. 5 things, technically, but 2 things in categories. The first thing I'm going to need is a container. Your most valuable container you can bring me to store this in, and he points to the cloth. The second thing I'm going to need is horses with supplies, because we're going to ride hard and fast to the stepstones. These horses must be fresh. They must take us there quickly.
He nods. Yes, my lord. It shall be done immediately. And he turns, yells at a couple of guards. They come. He relays the information, and they go. You receive the container you asked for. Before, it used to hold probably something in a nobleman's house, probably full of jewels, but it was the best thing they could find in a short amount of time. But you were provided 4 beautiful horses, ready and fresh, and of the best breeding that there could be. These Therian horses that can ride seemingly for 2 days straight at a dead sprint without stopping. They provide you with these horses, and they nod to you and say, yeah, that's some horsepower right there, man. They nod to you and they say, good luck, my lords. We will follow as soon as we can with a detachment. And we're going to... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Duncan.
And I looked to him. Before we go, do you have any scouts, people who know the land, that potentially give us any knowledge we may not have already?
Any scouts? He kind of slowly nods to you and says, I think that we can, yes, afford some help. And he kind of says, receive Edric, go and get him now. And he comes back moments later with a not wiry, but athletic young man. Probably no older than 17, 18. But he carries an air about him of knowledge. He knows, he knows the land. He knows how to get around, apparently. He is aware of where you're going. And he nods to you and says, my lords.
I just have a few questions for you. Now, I think first off, is there anything particularly dangerous about this region that we best know before we enter it?
He eyes you and says, well, don't fall into the mists. That's all I can say. He says, as for enemies, problems, the area is well scouted, but I know that wyverns nest on the cliffs there. You would do well not to disturb one of their broods.
All right. Any of you want to ask them some questions before we go?
Well, we have wyverns. We have mist. I've never been to the Stepstones, my friend. So if you could just tell me, the climate, should I be expecting snow? Should I be expecting cold, avalanches, landslides, torrential rains, thunderstorms?
The area is very damp, to say the least. Constant rainstorms for the most part. He says, but it's very mellow, though. No tempests of real, well, tumultuousness. There's nothing to truly fear about the weather. It's calm. But the sea, if you've never been there, it's not actually a sea. It's just a low-hanging fog that fills this gully, this basin of sorts, these low-hanging cliffs. And, well, nobody's been to the bottom. Nobody knows what's down there. For all that go, do not come back. So we stop trying. Just don't fall, my lords.
Yes, well, today the mission is not to go look at the mist. It is to go looking for these delvers and these seekers. So then, he looks at the party. He sees no one else has any questions. And so he beckons for the man Edric to leave.
Edric nods to you and turns to leave. And unless you guys have anything else you want to do, we will fast forward to arriving at the edge of the Sea of Mist. Okay, so you guys arrive. And before you see this massive... So you see two massive pillars of stone, upon which are these massive pulleys of sorts. Massive steel, gigantic steel cables coming down, and between them is a lift. I'm not sure which of you have played Tomb Raider, but on the point where you have to go down to the beach, they look kind of like that, these large boxes that hang with wire mesh coming up along the side so that you won't fall out. Standing at either side of these contraptions are these Hjalnar, which are giants, subservient and enslaved. They stand attentively at either side of these poles, surrounded by guards of this land, waiting by the system that will lift you over to the stepping stones.
Ray strokes his mustache, pulls out his goatee. Hail, guards! We're still hand if you could not tell already, if you have not had word of our arrival beforehand. We're here looking for vagabonds, criminals, people who know too much for their own good, for knowledge is chaos. We would request permission to go up and to search the stepstones to find them, and to bring them to the justice of the lords of this land.
It kind of eyes you and says, I assume you have your writs then to go and search. And you do. Each of you has documentation saying that you are afforded whatever rights you need to cross the stepping, to basically step above the law.
My friend, what is a hand without the law in it? And he pulls out the writs and he hands them to the guard for him to observe.
And the guard takes them. Says, "Apologies, my lord. It is, well,"
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
he kind of just nods to you and goes over them. Says, "Well, everything checks out." And he kind of rolls it up and hands it back to you. And says, "Open the gates." And you see these big, massive steel doors slide aside, revealing the interior of this lift.
As they open, Wade takes off his backpack. He throws along his horse. He indicates for the others to do the same, assuming that someone's going to stable the horses while they're gone. And then he turns into the gates, waiting for the others.
Yeah. Gervais would just fall in step behind.
Yeah, Davin would do the same while also writing notes continuously into his book. Not really paying attention to where he's going, but he knows the way. He knows to follow.
And Duncan would be taking up the rear, sort of resting his hand on his sword as they walked, looking quite uneasy.
And these Hjalnar just wait patiently for the doors to close and for the word to be given in very simple broken giant to turn to work this contraption. And they both simultaneously as one begin to lift and pull this wheel, rotating these massive gears and cogs built into the stone. And the lift lurches and then begins its way up towards the stepping stones. You travel in comfort over this mist. You can look down and see it. You can see the swirling etherealness beneath you, and yet you cannot penetrate it. You can hear the caw of birds and the occasional screech of a wyvern beneath you. And as you cross over the abyss, you hear shouting coming from behind you suddenly on the other side, upon about reaching about halfway. And as you turn back and look, you see in the sky these two figures riding on the back of what appears to be giant owls, cloaked in green. They look at you and you lock eyes with them. These delvers riding on the back of these birds. And they kind of, whoever's most perceptive, whoever can best see them, would see one of them smirk at you and give you a wink as he raises his hand and shoots a firebolt, searing through one of the steel cables, elevator lift lurching to the side as you all begin to lose your footing. And the other one raises his hand with another firebolt. And that is where we'll take a 5-minute break. All right, guys. Be back within 2.5, 3 minutes. We'll do channel intros, and we'll go from there.
Cool.
So how you guys feeling?
Well, I mean, could be. I mean, it could always be worse. It's. I
Dude,
mean, we're only.
never say that in front of the DM. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, I know. I've had my players say that in front of me multiple times, and it's just making it worse. But I mean, I actually don't think it could get any worse. We're fighting over a Lord knows how deep ravine covered in mist in suspended over the said mist by nothing but a wire. I mean, it's
Gervais would just yell to you, "Think light thoughts, man."
Think light thoughts, man.
I am a leaf on the wind.
All right, guys. So I'm gonna yeah, be the feather. So I'm gonna give you guys an opportunity right now. Go ahead, if you have a channel, go ahead and plug it. Please feel free to if you have any announcements you want to make, just go for it. I'm gonna leave it to you guys. We'll start with Marquis and go over to Brandon.
So, everybody, Marquis Hardis, also known as the bold and the beautiful Statistical Strider. I'm on the channel, same name. It's also a third of a Point of Inspiration. Like us on our Facebook page, it's facebook.com/Point of Inspiration. We put out supplements, or we put out one. We're working on the second one right now, Digital Life and everything. And videos help inspire you. We also run some games. On my channel, Statistical Strider, next Monday, so 1 week from now, I'm running the first game of a trilogy, the Ankea Blood Gold Trilogy. It takes part in Michael Barker's setting of Ankea, who is Be a Better Game Master. It will be a 3-part game with him, Drop Dice, and some other good friends of mine. Should be a fantastic time. So it's going to be a really fun game. So tune in and watch those games, and I hope you guys like my stuff.
All right, awesome. To Lionel.
I am Lionel, and I am half of Two Guys Tea and D&D, which is our YouTube channel, and we run games, and that's pretty much it. It's a fairly new channel. Harry and I are collaborating on that, and you said my name wrong?
I'm a poor individual. I'm sorry.
Oh man, you should hear all the ways that people say my first name. It's all good. So check it out. What we're doing right now is we're trying to showcase a bunch of other systems other than D&D. We just did last month Call of Cthulhu, which I've never played before, but I ran a couple of games of that and it was really fun. And we haven't decided what our next game is going to be, but if I win the arm wrestling match, it's going to be Shadowrun. So.
It's your turn, man. It's going to be Shadowrun.
All right, perfect. See, that was easy.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Harry.
All right, yeah. So I'm Harry. I'm the other half of Two Guys Tea and D&D. I'm not drinking tea right now. Got to stay hydrated. I'm feeling ill, and it's 5 in the morning. But I'm happy to be here. Yeah, go check out the channel. We put out content sometimes when we can schedule it. Time zones are a messy thing. All right, cheers.
I can testify to that. Time zones are a messy thing. All right, go ahead, Brandon.
all right. I'm Brendan. I'm probably I think at this point I'm 1/7 of the cast of the Noodly podcast. We talk about generally nerd stuff, TV, video games. We debate topics. Go check us out on my friend Harold's channel, Mr. Cool Manist, if you get the chance. I'm currently not recording with them due to my inability to make recording sessions at the moment. But they're good guys, and I do recommend you check out their content. And definitely watch the previous episodes.
All right, awesome, guys. So if you're ready, we're going to dive back into this. Okay. So I'm getting thumbs up. Let's go. You see, again, this delver atop his owl. He looks over as well. A smirk crossing his face. And he throws his firebolt, severing the other wire.
when he throws that firebolt, and you can tell me if I can't do this, could I counterspell it?
What's the range on counterspell?
Let me look. That's actually a good point.
60 feet.
60 feet, thank you.
Yeah, they're pretty far out of your distance then.
All right.
So you raise your hand almost in instinct to counterspell them, and you just this eighth line that you want to grab onto to yank away from him is just too thin. You can barely even twine it through your fingers. And as the spell slams into the wire, it's like 150 feet away or so. You hear a thung, and the wire goes limp, and the lift swings. Like when you get too high on the swings of the playground, you scream forward, wind rushing through the gaps in the mail in this grating that's holding you within this lift. And you scream through the air, slamming into the wall of the stepping stone. And as you land on your back against the bottom part of the lift, you see, as you turn your head to the side, a wyvern looking at you, stunned. It screeches and takes off, and around you, wyverns fall off the edge of the cliffs, flying away. The lift jolts as it starts to screech slowly down the side of this rock wall, only being held there because of the weight pushing it up against it. What do you do?
I think this is where we die, gentlemen.
What I say?
So just describe it again. So we're in this like cage, and we were kind of like gondolier style being brought across, right?
Yeah, you were in this this lift, almost like a hanging lift. Like almost think of like a souped up chairlift.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So and they cut the two wires that held it, so we swung down. So
Yeah.
are we still hanging by the other ends of these wires?
So imagine the wires are going through these holes along the top, and basically it's slowly sliding down the edge of the cliff because the wires still provide a little bit of holding you against it because there is up above you. But you're sliding down slowly because the rock is gripping the bottom of this gondolier almost.
Right. So Gervais would grab one of these cables and brace his feet against the mail meshing that is meant to hold people into these things. We actually wanted to get out of them. So he holds and grabs onto it and says, "Quickly, get out of this damn death trap." And he's going to try to hold it while others can we scamper out of it, like up on top, and then try to go up these cables?
Yeah, so there's like a breach in the side of this wiring, this meshing, and you stick your hands through, grabbing onto this cable, trying your best to slow it down however you can. I want you to make me an athletics check, and this is going to be very difficult. This is very heavy, but you can at least slow the speed, the traction.
How's that?
Is that a nat 20?
20.
Holy cow. Okay.
They don't call me the bull for nothing.
You tell me how somehow, inhumanely, you managed to stop it momentarily, providing you with an additional round to get out.
I will gladly tell you how Gervais does it. So this burst of adrenaline just shoots through him as they lurch to this slamming stop. And then as we start to slide, instinct takes over, and Gervais just slams his hand through this mesh and grabs a hold of one of these cables. And like I said, he just braces his feet, and the rest of them would see the muscles in his back just nodding through his clothing, and you would almost see the buckles of his breastplate starting to just strain as the muscles beneath it just kind of swell with the exertion. And he's gritting his teeth, and he says, "Quickly, I can't hold it long." And yeah.
Take a point of inspiration, man. That's sick. Okay, so you grab it, you pull it, your muscles swelling, taut against the weight of this gondolier, and you hold it against all odds. You hold it, and if everyone else is probably just as surprised as I am, honestly, that you managed to grab it and hold it up, but you afford yourself a short amount of time another round to make it out of this death trap.
Just trusting my stillborn allies, just knowing that they know exactly what to do in these kind of situations. He's just going to run forward and sort of grabbing onto this this wire, this rope, try and climb out through and get on top of the cage as it's sort of slowly skidding its way down.
Yeah, you make your way. Okay, go ahead and make me a acrobatics check. Take advantage because it's not shifting or falling, so you don't have that extra bit of momentum to fight against.
I'm gonna need that. Right. All right, so that is an 11.
Okay, you find handholds and you make your way up along the sides as metal digging into your fingers. Occasionally, you don't know if you'll be able to make it as little bits of blood well up from these cuts forming on your hands. But you climb and you force your way through the pain, and you are now standing surrounded by mist on top of this cage. Who's next? So I'm going to go in a loose initiative order. We started with Gervais. We went to Davin, and now I'll leave it up to the two of you who goes next.
I'm actually going to, as Duncan's sort of like startled by the events, like everything's just happening so quickly. It's just like, and his first reaction is, his first reaction is to try and help his companions get out, seeing that Gervais has this somewhat stabilized. The first thing he's going to do is he's going to go to Wade. He's going to try and take him, and he's just going to be like, "Yeah, I'll help you out." And he's going to try and like lift him to help him get out through the hole.
So take that's a help action. So go ahead and take advantage on your climb check then.
So I imagine I'm also going to help him, kind of inversely, as Duncan's reaching for me. Wade, this is not the first time Wade's life has been in peril. Of course, him is back at the Lost Earth. There's actually a landslide there, a cave in, and that somehow this bear of a man that for some reason named itself Gervais at a young age also was able to save his life there as well by keeping the boulders and the rocks from crushing everybody through nothing more than sheer force of will. In fact, Wade's pretty sure there's no eighth involved there. But regardless, as he kind of helps Duncan climb out, I'm going to say at the bottom of the cage, actually, for just a moment, unaware to everyone else, it begins to give way, essentially, from all the holes and the clattering and the rocks and everything. And as it does so, I imagine as Duncan pulls himself up, as Wade pushes him up, Wade just kind of disappears and falls down. And as he's falling down, he has three thoughts that go into his mind. The first one is, "Oh shit, I can't believe I'm going to die like this." The second one, follows it, is a proverb that he read, and he thinks to himself, "This is a bad time to think of a proverb," but it's quite simply, a crisis is something that rides on dangerous winds as an opportunity. And the third thing that comes in is the words of a spell. And he reaches into his components pouch as he's falling. He's only fallen maybe 30 feet below the cage now. And he grabs this little container that has a small corpse of a spider in it. And he crushes it. And as he does so, the eighth from that corpse flows through his veins and makes his eyes burn with mercury. And makes his hands begin to feel like they're melting. And he quickly puts his hands out as he casts Spider Climb, which is going to last for quite a bit. He's going to keep himself like a spider on the side of the rock face. Breathe deeply in, stroke his mustache, as he always does when he's nervous, and then begin to slowly climb up with Spider Climb, as he can now essentially just walk his way up freely.
Awesome, man. Go ahead and take a point of inspiration for that. One thing that you notice as you cast this spell is how freely the eighth came to you. It was strange. It came so openly here, down beneath these mists. And you slap your hand on the side as you're falling. You catch yourself swinging back and forth, your legs dangling. You stroke your mustache as always and begin to climb upwards once more. One thing you notice, though, as you land, is you hear a screech. And as you land, you look over to the side, and there, bearing down on you, comes a creature. Skin, a flesh apricot color. Teeth, like ivory tusks of the boars in the south, large ones. Talons, extended towards you, and this tail, tipped in what appears to be a black stinger like that of obsidian. It flies toward you, and it is only going to be able to make 2 attacks instead of 3 against you. 1 misses, 1 misses, and it clips you with the stinger, slamming it into the side of you for 11 points of damage. Make me a Constitution save, as gushing from this stinger, you feel it pouring into you.
So, Wade, he is caught by surprise of this. He is not a fighter in any sense of the word. So imagine as this thing is coming in for the 3 attacks, he ducks away once. He ducks away a second time, kind of using his spider abilities to move around. But when the third one catches him, he screams out in pain, and he almost lets go of the rocks, and he can feel the poison pumping through his system. He has a 5 for his Constitution saving throw, plus 2, so he fails it no matter what, I assume.
Okay. You feel it like a burning tide coursing through your body. You take an additional 15 points of poison damage as it courses through your veins. Your skin lights up like fire as your skin burns red. You feel it reaching up towards your mind and numbing it. Usually when you've been hurt before, though, you've had to think and really grab onto those ethereal threads. You don't have to, though. It surprises you. It stays with you freely. And you cannot help but moan as you feel the fire burning in your veins from this wyvern. 2 more streak towards the cage above you, one of which attacks Davin. And it will hit with 2 claw attacks, slashing you across the chest. One of them deals 8 points of damage, ripping through your blue threaded clothing. The other cuts you for 7 points of damage. I got rolled really low. You got lucky. And it red blood wells up as it comes down from your shoulder to your waist, as it streaks past you, trying to hook you with this claw and pull you off the edge, toss you into oblivion, really. 7 plus 8, so 15 total. The other one sees Duncan leaning out of the cage where he was trying to help our friend here, Wade, climb. And it is only going to be able to attack you with a stinger as it shoots past you. The stinger will hit, though, doing 8 points of damage. Make me a con save. Yeah, you make it. You feel this stuff, this viscous liquid start to pour into you. But through sheer force of will, you fight back against the poison that starts to course through your veins. Your mind does not begin to go numb. Your head does not fill with this flame that Wade is feeling. And that will end the turn for the wyverns. Top of the order, Gervais.
So this one that just attacked Duncan and Wade, so are they streaking past, or do they come in and they're still there at this time?
The one next to Wade is hovering there, biting and scratching at him. The one that attacked Duncan shot back into the mist, hit and run style. And the one that's attacking Davin is also hovering right next to him.
Right. So Duncan is still in the cage with me. Because he didn't pull himself free.
Yeah, he's standing right by the opening, though.
Okay. So I'm going to yell, or I should say, Gervais yells, "You better jump, Duncan!" And just as he does that, he is going to. So can I get out of it if I let go of this cable?
Yeah, the whole this is pretty bashed up. I mean, it's slammed against the side of this wall. There's an opening to the side where they were climbing out, and there's an opening on the other side.
Okay.
And one of the doors, even beneath you, hangs kind of limply if you wish to go out the bottom, which I assume you don't if you're doing what I think you're doing.
Right. So, Gavin, you're standing on top of this cage?
Yeah, I believe so. Like holding on to.
Yeah, you got on top of it. You're standing on top of the other doors. Like you have a solid platform.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this then. Sorry. Because what everyone would see is as I'm and you can say no to this, Tyler, if you want, but as I'm holding this thing, I actually don't go through any of these openings. What happens is, much like you saw on the street, my body goes to mist, and the cage passes through me, and as it passes through me, I reappear just a few inches above where I was holding on to this cable.
Oh no, that's totally fine. Yeah,
and then
that's sweet.
The cage, I guess, on my turn would start hurtling, dropping.
Yeah. It lurches downwards, and all you see is a surprised Davin streaking past you.
Now, with my action, because that's a bonus action, with my action, can I hold on with one hand with my sword kind of just slung across my back and shoot a hand out at
you know
Davin
what?
to catch him?
Go ahead and give me either athletics or acrobatics, whichever you prefer.
All right. I will tell you. It's going to be athletics, but I will describe how I grabbed Davin.
And I'm assuming he's grabbing for you too. What'd you get, nat 20? Oh, dude. Okay. This is what I'm going to say. I'm going to say you grab successfully Davin, but not only that, you are able to you warn Duncan like within the amount of time he needed. You will have advantage on your save, Duncan, to get onto the wall as well. And I'm going to make the Wyvern make a save.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, nat 1. The Wyvern takes the full brunt of this cage, slamming into it. And you just hear this visceral roar as it streaks towards the bottom beneath you, beneath this cage, this death trap that was meant for you, but now has caught an unsuspecting Wyvern. And you can just hear the screams disappearing into the mist, but then it never hits the ground. You don't know what happens. We will now, if that is all you wish to do, go to Davin. You have been caught.
So Davin, so with my left hand, you can't see Davin's face. Till this day, Gervais does not know what Davin looks like. Whether he's male or female, he assumes he's male by his voice, but he doesn't know. But he grabs this light leaf form of Davin and with his left hand, and he's just kind of dangling down below as I'm holding on to this cable. And my like ruined face is just looking down at him. And when I smile, it's not reassuring. It doesn't look pretty at all. But I smile down at this wizard.
Yeah, you are saved by the saving grace of Gervais, who catches you.
So getting like hooked up by his collar, sort of dangle there for a moment, and then just grab for this cable that everyone's hanging onto. And then he's going to place a hand down towards his book, and you start seeing these sort of metallic steel fibers begin forming up his fingers, sort of weaving and knitting together, and it covers his entire body. And that's me casting Mage Armor on myself. So I go up to AC of 15 now. So after it sort of closes on his face, it sort of turns almost translucent, so you can still see the blue of his of his clothes underneath and that gem sort of fixed in his helm. And I think that's all I can do. Because that's my action.
Perfect. Yeah, this carapace on his head just extends across his body, almost becoming like a shell of an insect. And next up is Duncan. You are streaking downwards. I want you to make me either a strength save or a dexterity save, whichever you prefer, but do it at advantage.
That's 17.
That's perfect. That is right on the money what you needed. You dive out the side. How do you make the save? Where do you grab? How do you get out?
So effectively, as I dive out, like hearing his warning and then just feeling the case start to move again. My action, I immediately dive out, but then just go into sort of like a slight free fall. And my first reaction, he reaches his hand out to try and grasp onto the cliffside, and he finds a handhold for a second. But just as he thinks he's maybe got a good grip, due to his weight, the handhold gives way. He falls a few more feet down and ends up landing on like a small what's the word?
Like a
outcropping of rocks along the side. And he just finds himself lucky. He's just like, shit.
And you land on this precipice, and it cracks beneath you, but holds. Barely. Maintaining your weight atop it. You look up, and you see Gervais holding Davin, looking down at you, smiling. And as you turn and look over to the side, you come face to face with Wade, who's stuck on the wall next to you. Next up is Wade.
Before that, as I see Wade, I just kind of like nod to him with a smile. It's just like, that's a nice trick you've got there. Can't teach me.
Wade looks at you, and you see that his face is literally, he's crying molten mercury and sapphires from his eyes. And he looks at you, and then he looks to his shoulder, and he looks like he says, "This fucking hurts." And he pulls himself to his hands and his knees, and you see him stand up on his feet. Completely unnatural thing to see him do, but because of the spell he's cast, he's able to do it. And he stands there, and blood and mercury and sapphire kind of dripping off his body into the mist below. And he looks up, and that one wyvern is still there, yes?
Yeah, there's the one that's still harassing the group above, and there's one that's it's disappeared in the mist, but you can assume it's probably coming back.
Okay. And so Wade looks over his shoulder, and he looks back to the one above, and he's going to stick a hand out to the mist because he can feel the eighth coming from the mist and already empowering one spell. He doesn't know this will do anything. He assumes it won't. But he sings a poem in an ancient forgotten dialect, one that he learned from the Lost Library, one that was spoken to these rumored people that had 6 arms that lived far above these mountains if they actually did exist. And as he sings that poem, the mercury begins to kind of manifest in droplets in his palm, and he quickly slams his hand forward before him, stabbing at the sky. And as he does so, you see these missiles, these spikes of mercury go spiraling around each other in a drill directly into the wyvern above him as he casts magic missile on it.
Oh, and they form so freely. They just willingly listen and answer you, come to you, to your beck and call, the 8th response. Go ahead and give me damage.
All right, it's going to be 8 points of force damage.
Okay. These spiraling mist 8th rockets slam into the side of this thing, splitting the skin of this wyvern and making it stumble in the air. It falls back against the rock cliff as it's hit with this force damage and looks about to see who hit it, what hit it, How did I get hit by this damage? Anything else?
After that, Wade is going to look to the sky, to the horizon. He's looking for the Owl Brothers, essentially, that kind of blew them out of the sky.
Through the mist, you cannot see them. You know that they're probably up there somewhere, but you cannot see them.
Wade curses to himself, and he reaches to his face, and he pulls it back, and he sees it's covered in the sapphire and the mercury. It begins to chant another spell as his turn ends.
All right, sounds good. Wyverns. You hang there, Gervais. You killed one of these wyverns. And though they might be bestial and feral, this one can put 2 and 2 together. It looks down at you and it knows. And with a roar of rage, it streaks towards you, making an attack, a second attack, and a third attack as it passes, only one of which will hit.
As that one would hit, the spell that he's chanting is not really a spell, it's a memory that he had when he woke up this morning. Because of the Aetherians in his eyes, he can see things in the patterns that others cannot see. Some have called him an oracle because of this. Others call him a seer, a soothsayer. But essentially, in layman's terms, he can see the future by seeing these patterns, by divining these patterns. And he divined, this morning, he saw something, and it was a black blade cutting through a cloud. And he sees now that black blade is the stinger of this wyvern, the clouds, the mist. And quickly, he's going to jump and let go of the thing. I'm using one of my portents, it was a natural one, to make this a miss. And he's going to jump, fall, and just let the stinger pass right over him as he grabs back onto the rock to save himself.
I think it was hitting me, right?
Was it? Was it you?
I thought it was me.
Oh, in that case, fuck you, bro. I'll take all that back.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, what are you doing? Thank you. I love you, man. No, but Tyler, that attack was on me, right?
He said he's bugged out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what he just said.
2 awkward moments within 30 seconds. God damn.
Yeah.
Stream's ours now, guys.
Dude, I think we gotta go down, guys.
Oh, he's gone.
All right, we
We
got
gotta
a game
descend.
master. We can plot.
No, I
kill all the wyverns, and we win.
Yeah. Wyverns are dead. Let's start. Going down sounds good.
Let's just do this. Okay, I'm going to time skip us. We beat the Wyverns. We captured the Seneschal on the Prime. Now we've won this shit, and then we made everyone educated, and that's the end of the setting.
Right.
Woohoo!
GG guys, we won.
Yeah.
Oh, is Tyler back? Has he returned so he can tell? Yo, Tyler, I got good news for you. Why you were
Don't
gone?
know what happened there, guys, but the 8th was apparently too much.
While
we
you
got
were
good
gone,
news for you.
Tyler, I took over as game master. I time skipped. We captured the bad guys. We got promoted.
Oh.
And we beat your setting by educating everyone. So we can just go ahead and end the game.
Oh my
The only-
gosh! My
The only
setting's
bad
ruined.
thing is I lost a hand, so now I can't use my great sword anymore.
You
Yeah,
know
that's
what? I'll
silly.
let you get a new hand from the 8th. Okay, go ahead. Continue with your awesome.
So-
My computer just wigged out like crazy. I don't know what the heck just happened.
So my question wasn't that attack on me?
It was on Gervais or me?
It was on Gervais.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
I said nothing.
Were you
Yeah.
gonna shield?
Oh, no, I was going to point it because I thought it was on me. And if I didn't, I was going to die. I was like, oh, shit, time to save myself. But it's on Gervais. I misheard.
Yeah, no, it's going on Gervais. Oh man, where's my overlay? Dude, that was trippy, man.
Oh,
Good thing it's still streaming. Feels good. All right. Way to go, YouTube. You pulled through on this one. All right. So, yes, Gervais, it attacks you 3 times, misses twice with its claw, but its bite comes down on your side. For, holy crap, Wyvern, you suck. Minimum damage, 6 points. Meeting your armor Or perhaps you swing yourself out of the way on this cable. It only gets a glancing blow upon you. The other wyvern comes streaking out of the mist. Duncan, on your precarious foothold, it sees you. And your AC is 19, right? It'll only hit you once. Again with a bite. But this one bites you for 12. Its teeth clamping down on your shoulder, bursting through your armor and into your shoulder. The blood eking from your veins, pouring down the front of your armor. And that is where the wyverns will end their turn. Back to the top of the order.
So, at this point, Gervais has his feet like wedged underneath him, and he's got this like mountain climber stance with the cable kind of pulled out, running along his side, and that's when the wyvern attacks. He tries swinging on this cable, but also trying not to drop Davin, who's still kind of hanging a bit below him, and he's yelling, "Grab the damn cable!"
I already did that.
Okay, then forget it. So he's not holding him. And so he manages to swing free. But as he does, he kind of does one of those things where you're like you're swinging on a rope like this, and that's when the wyvern strikes and slams him. And but thankfully his breastplate takes most of the impact of the hit. And he's fumbling to draw this short sword that is at his side. And I'm gonna have a readied action. The next time that bastard comes anywhere near me, I'm going to strike it.
Perfect. All right. Davin, your go.
All right. Davin reaches down again to his steel book, and instead of seeing the normal blue sort of eighth come out, it's red, and he brings up his hand just with a fist full of this red energy, and fires 3 sort of twisting rays at the nearest wyvern, casting Scorching Ray.
Go ahead, man.
3 attacks. Where's Dice Stream again? Right. So I've got a nat 20, Woo! A 19, and a 16.
So on that nat 20, just do max damage with your dice, and then roll the dice again.
Okay.
And you got a what were the other two?
A 19 and a 16.
All 3 of those will hit.
Okay, so I need to roll a lot of d6s then. Well, if I just roll 66 and then add 12.
Yeah, that's fine. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then we'll add 18 because you also have the +6.
It's a +5 int, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not usually a spellcaster here. Hold on.
Yeah, wizards use intelligence.
Okay, so right, I need a calculator here. This is too many numbers.
10, 12. That's 14 right there.
What do the numbers mean?
12 plus. Is that so? I'm doing the 14 plus
18.
12 plus 15. You said max damage on the first one and then roll again.
Yeah.
Because I got that 20.
Oh, well, that's right, because you got 12 because it's 2d6. Okay.
Yeah.
So 14 plus 12 plus 12. Oh, plus 15. Okay.
Yeah,
so 14
that's
plus
41
12.
points of damage then.
Woo! How do you kill this wyvern?
So these beams of red eighth just enter this wyvern straight in the eyes and one straight through its sort of grotesque forehead, blasting straight through and coming out the other side and just rupturing this skull. And as it ruptures, you see this fire just coming out of his head, and then it twists and falls into the mist.
And it lets loose one last cursory shriek as it sinks into the mist, slowly becoming more quiet as it falls into the oblivion below. Duncan, this wyvern is all up in your grill. It is attacking you, and it wants vengeance for its brothers. What do you do?
As it comes up and hits me, the hit knocks me back slightly, and it pushes me back. Like my heels are like right at the edge of my little footfall, and I just look at this thing, and I just with my face is just it's going to more of like an anger and rage, and I just draw my sword and kind of like lunge forward slightly, throwing a good hit. Shit. Does 19 hit?
19 will definitely hit.
All right. Give me a sec. Let's see. That's 10 damage.
So you chop this thing with your greatsword. Where do you hit it?
What longsword?
A longsword. Where do you hit it?
Yeah. Pretty much I just kind of like as I come out, just I slash and I go for more of like aiming center mass, that sort of like central body area.
Yeah, you cut into it, and this black blood the wyverns possess within their bodies sprays forward onto you, coating your armor and your face and your blade, and it drips down into oblivion, becoming one with the mists, and it shrieks in pain as you cut it. Is that it?
Also as I do this, just kind of I'm assuming like the wyvern's just like slightly deterred, though like it's still ready to attack me, slightly deterred by this. With using that slight deterrence, he's going to like sort of reach back and tear his shield off his back and sort of try and get it situated on his arm.
Yeah, you rip your shield off your back, forming this last bastion of strength upon this foothold that you eked out for yourself. Wade, what are you doing?
As Wade was chanting his next spell, he saw the brilliance of Sage Brother Davin's magic, and for a second he's in awe by whatever poem or song or knowledge he learned this ability from. But he himself, Wade, settles for something less as he begins to sing his own poem. Again, something from a set of islands that is said to be far to the south, if they actually do exist at all. And as he says these words, these poems together, heat begins to rush forward from the mist, this massive, brilliant heat. The kind of the dew and the wetness on like Duncan's armor and on Wade's clothes just instantly turns to steam as this bolt of flame manifests like a lance in Wade's hand. And as he finishes the song of the volcano gods of the distant south, he throws the bolt of fire directly into the wyvern, dealing the 9 points of damage mentioned earlier, straight into that gash that had been opened up by Duncan, hopefully burning deep the organs and evaporating blood in veins and just shutting it down as much as possible.
Yeah, your bolt finds its mark. It slams into its shoulder, almost like a flaming javelin. You see the wyvern cough again, and you hear and smell the sound of sizzling flesh. You see the skin begin to sear itself shut, but then, as it disappears, the wound opens once more and blood continues to leak out. This last wyvern looks at you, Wade, and it looks at Duncan, and it watches as its brother falls past it once more. And realizing that this is a lost cause, is going to bolt away from you into the mist. Provoking opportunity if you want it, Duncan. If not, it is running. No? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Just, as it sort of flies away, like Duncan just kind of lowers his shield. You run, you stupid winged rat.
And it streaks into the mist, leaving you behind precariously on the edge of this cliff face, and the rest of you dangling from these wires, these leftover lift wires. You are now out of combat.
Wade lifts up. Oh, thank God! As he falls down to one knee again, still his spider climb keeping it attached to the wall. He touches his shoulder and he pulls it back, and he sees the blood in the black ichor, the poison, and he feels the heat in his veins. The wind is just whipping about. I mean, they're on the side of a mountain essentially, so I assume up here, even though it's mild, quote unquote, it's just fucking horrible for someone who's dying right now. And so, with hair in his face, he begins to wipe away the melted gems and the quicksilver from his eyes and everything. He stands back up and he begins to walk 1 foot over the next up the side of this mountain, not saying a word, just doing his best to kind of grit his teeth and ignore the pain he's in.
So basically, what I'm going to ask you guys to do, everyone except for Wade, make either athletics or acrobatics checks to make your way up the edge of this cliff wall. And you're gonna have to make 2 of these to climb all the way up. And it's not that hard of a DC. That's fine. Yep, 16 makes it.
That's a 16 and an 8.
So 16 will be fine. 8 does not make you fall, but you lose a round of climbing.
Okay.
Make 1 more check, and then go ahead, Duncan, and make your 2 checks.
I got an 11 on my second check because I used my inspiration.
Okay, 11 works. And a what?
A 7.
Okay, so take a point of exhaustion as your body just begins to wear down. You will make it halfway up, Duncan, but the 9 does not quite make it, just barely not enough. So you'll have to do 1 more. Also, I forgot to mention, take a point of inspiration, Davin, and also Duncan for those awesome theatrical moments. So go for it. You make it the rest of the way up, Duncan.
So I would see Gervais as being the first to maybe get up out of this mist, seeing as he was above everyone else. Well, actually, I don't know. I guess maybe Wade might be faster than me, where he's like a spider.
Yeah, he straight up just walks past you.
I feel like he'd walk past him, but then he keeps stopping because of the pain of his shoulder and the poison. So Gervais was probably making it before he would.
Okay. Yeah. So what would we see when we get up there?
So you all make it up. Only person that had trouble, not against anyone's expectations, is Davin. He did take quite a bit of damage on top of the cage. He's probably pretty worn. But you make it up over the edge, and the skies are clear. Obviously, these people on the back of these owls assumed that you did not make it. That you guys were either killed by the wyverns or killed by the fall. But they are nowhere to be seen. You can roll me investigation or survival, though, as you stand on the precipice of this ledge. And so the prideful and mighty will fall.
As Wade makes it up there, he doesn't let his spell go because he's found that he doesn't need to concentrate on it. He is going to have her sit down. And he sits down, breathing hard and everything, sweat, all over his face as the west come up. And he looks at Gervais and he says, "Is fighting always such a damn painful thing?" And he's saying that to you, Gervais.
All paths have price. Let me look at that damn shoulder of yours. You've had worse.
It's not the cuts, friend. It's the poison. I don't know if you know this, but wyverns, the poison is sold on the black market. They use it in alchemies to torture people. If the rumors are true, the Twilight Eye uses it in order to ask the hard questions. If we could rest here for just a little while.
Yes,
Thank you.
I think
Okay.
it's wise that we rest.
Take a short
Maybe
rest.
we would look for a place maybe to where we wouldn't be out in the open.
Yeah. And you can count your travels as a long rest as well. To getting here. So any spell slots you expended before that whole fight, you have back. So go ahead and take a short rest. Use your hit dice, use what you need to, interact as you will, and just let me know when you guys are ready to move on then.
So as Wade is sitting there resting and everyone comes up, he looks at Davin and he says, "My friend, where did you find that exquisite bit of spellery you threw back there?"
He would open up his book and the pages would flick straight to the where he wants it to be. I found it deep within a ruin of some form of tomb in the dormant volcano. One of the previous occupants, they had some knowledge of Aeth and changing it into fire. I didn't have much time to spend there, but from what I learned, you've seen its use.
Fire is one thing, my friend. What you did was an eruption. I can make fire. And to prove the point, Wade whispers the poem into his palm, and he slings out an absent firebolt into the mist, and it goes sailing off and fades away. What you did, far better than that. So when we return back to headquarters, I want to see if I too can learn that trick. It seems very useful, if anything.
Of course. I'm sure there's much I can teach you. And you me.
Of course, Sage Brother. And at that, he's going to look at Duncan as well. And when he looks at Duncan, he smiles and says, "And you never saw someone fight on the side of a sheer cliff like that, even Gervais over here. Tell me, Gervais, was it as impressive as I think it is? Or was it actually just something you could do on a normal Tuesday?"
Gervais thinks to lie, but he thinks better of it and says, "There's a reason why Duncan's with us. He knows how to handle that steel."
Yeah, well, you give me you give me a place to plant 2 good feet, a shield and sword. I can fend off most anything. Until it hits me from behind, anyway. Speaking of my shield, anyone happen to have some spare leather straps? Seems I've broken mine on my shield. So unless someone can provide some, I'm going to be wearing this on my arm for the rest of the time.
"I don't think I've ever picked up a shield a day in my life," Wade says, as he finishes stitching the wound. You can see that he's put some kind of ointment on as well from the spell component pouch to kind of dull the pain of the poison. And he stands up and he dusts himself off and he says, "Well, unless Gervais has something or for some strange reason Sage Brother does, I am prepared to continue on with our journey if you all are as well."
I can help with your shield. Is just the straps broken? Yes?
Yes. I broke them when I tore the shield off my back. Raven tends to force that sort of reaction.
Reaching forward and drawing this energy out of his book, he places a hand on the straps of the shield, sort of putting them back in place, and you start to see the energy seep into the leather, stitching it back together and making sure it's attached. I'm casting Mending, the cantrip.
What does it look like? How does the Aeth mend this strap?
Oh, I thought I said that. So the Aeth that I've taken from the book into my hand, I put the strap back into its place and rest my other hand on on top of it, and the Aeth flows in, and you start seeing it coming out from the end of the leather, sort of weaving it back together, attaching it to this shield once again.
Yeah, perfect. The Aeth perfectly forms this leather strap together. I'm sorry, I must not have heard you if you were explaining it before. But you guys finish your rest, recover your wits, heal your wounds, and you stand. As you stand, Davin, maybe some trace of this detect magic lasted on your eyes, but you see it clearly, a path of Aeth leading down across this mountain range into the forest.
I think the Aeth is showing us the way, my friends. Follow me. And with that, he reaches up and touches the crystal on his forehead and casts light, and it produces sort of a headlamp, a beam, sort of cutting through this whatever's left of the mist that's sort of rising up and floating. Oh, excuse me.
Super cool use of light, by the way. So you guys go forward into this forest. Quickly, the sky becomes covered in leaves, and you are unable to see through the shroud above. You follow it on, leading even further into the wilderness, into this area none of you have ever been. Until finally, you break through the trees, and there before you, surprisingly never noticed or discovered by others who have come here, you would probably notice it first. Wade, knowing the Aeth and knowing the creation that it can cause, you see before you on the ledge, on the wall of this mountain, strange writings. A language long lost to time. Aethene. It is scribbled there, scratched down, worn through the test of time. And you see beneath it all these parapets that were once probably majestic, now worn into nothing but spires and pillars of stone. A gaping maw leading back into the mountain. How do you proceed?
Wade puts his hand up. Put the light out, Sageweather. Put the light out for just a moment.
Yeah, he extinguishes the light with a touch.
As he does so, he steps forwards. Now, as Gervais knows, and maybe you too, Sageweather, I'm a linguist at heart. I translate things. This here is Aethene. This here is ancient words, ancient text. This is something special. Before we continue, brothers, if you would just please give me maybe 10, 15 minutes or so. I want to read this. I need to know what it says. It may help us on our mission, perhaps.
Of course, I can record it for you if you wish.
Gervais, Duncan, are you okay with this?
Yeah, Gervais just nods his head.
Duncan nods as well and looks at Gervais and he's just like, well, you guys are doing it. And then he looks back to the two and he's like, well, you're doing that. Me and Gervais will set up some sort of perimeter. And we're in hostile territory now. Best to keep our wits about us.
So
And
the two making the perimeter roll investigation, and the two who are doing the scribing and the comprehend language. I will tell you after they do investigation what you find.
Well, while he's going to scribe, Davin will be casting detect magic again. So we
Okay.
can see, yeah.
Your eyes, when you cast detect magic, explode with how much Aeth is around you. Tendrils reach everywhere, all over this entire ruins, this establishment before you, connecting to everything. Everything here is filled with the Aeth. As for the investigation, what you find is very well-worn ground. The Delvers are here. As for your comprehend languages, What does it look like as you're casting this spell?
Wade reaches into his pouch and he pulls out a pinch of salt and a handful of soot. And he's going to sprinkle the salt into his eyes and then rub the soot like this, and it's going to fall and like sprinkle into his eyes as well. As he does so, it mixes with the rising quicksilver and makes the water. He blinks once, he blinks twice, and then he steps forward, blinded to everything but the words on this wall. He can't see the stone. He can't see the Aethos spiraling around him. He only sees the words. And he puts one hand, he reaches up, and he touches the lowest hanging letter. And as he touches it, he can feel the information flooding his eyes and translating in his mind as he deciphers it.
The letters seem to rise off of the wall, these glyphs, blurring and becoming light. They sink down into your vision, into your mind, and you learn the following. This is what you read. This is what you can gather from here. This place is called the Chalice, birthplace of the Eighth, and resting place of the Desolation. Here is where it all began, and here is where it shall end. And that is what you can gather from all around you. It is just repeated phrases saying this, and it speaks of something known as the Archons, a word you have never heard before. But it somehow refers to them as if they are beings of power, as if they are precursors of sorts. It speaks of these Archons. And finally, it speaks of the Desolation.
Once Wade finishes dictating what he wants Sage Brother Devin to write, he pulls his fingers away. You see him dab at his eyes with the handkerchief and he turns. And when he looks at you, Sage Brother, you see wonder on his face. You see hope on his face. The gears are turning in his head. This could be something monumental. This could be a solution for the world. But then it dawns on him. It is a place where solutions are not wanted unless it's solutions for the nobility. And then you see the hope fade. And instead of saying what he really feels, Wade simply says, "Another superstition that we found, brother." But more than likely, you can hear just faintly that Wade is hoping that this is not just a superstition.
Looking back at you, you can actually see these sort of icy blue eyes staring at you through this helm. The amount of Aeth that's just in the air is actually, you can see it swimming around in his irises, which are sort of piercing out through this helm, as he's sort of seeing the world through this detect magic. And just, yes, this is outstanding. I've never seen anything like this. I'm glad we got to experience it together, brother.
Same here, Sage Brother. And Wade, suppressing his hopes beneath a blanket of doubt and nihilism for the world they live in, he walks past Sage Brother Devin and he waits for the two Stillborn to arrive with the information of their investigation.
As they appear to finish up, we return shortly after, or I am. I'm not sure about as I return, thank you. But as I return, I look to them. We're definitely in an area that's been traveled. Maybe not entirely recently, but people have been through here. Potentially our targets.
And is Gervais there too?
Yes. Yeah.
So Wade looks at Duncan and says, "Targets." You're saying that the Seekers are here. And it looks from Duncan to Gervais and then back to Duncan.
Aye. They are. I can almost feel their presence.
Well then, if that is the case, I suppose we should be walking into this with our swords drawn. And as he says that, he takes out this thing wrapped in black velvet. It's beautiful. He peels back the velvet and he unscrews the top of the steel case and he pulls out this slender metallic rod, a wand, really. Only Gervais would know what this is because of how long they served together. And Gervais, you would know that this is impotency. This is a thing that when he was fully initiated, he imprinted himself onto. This is his magic, his personality made reality. And as he pulls out the wand in potency, he puts away its container. He quickly sniffs it. He pulls it along his fingers and he looks at you and he says, I suspect you're going to want to draw your sword now too, friend.
He just smiles, that wiry smile that we've probably shared 1,000 times before, just before we bloody others and ourselves get bloodied. And he pulls off from the loop Requiem, his unassuming two-handed sword, but you know it's much more than that.
And ironically, as you draw your weapons, saying we better go into this with weapons drawn, the mountain shakes. Rumbling, boulders crash down the side of it, slamming into the trees, toppling these dilapidated stone pillars. And from the inky blackness before you, cold air rushes up to greet you, chilling you to the bones. Something has happened. Something has changed. And you, Davin, with your eyes still ablaze with this detect magic, you see the lines change from blue to black. How do you proceed?
Anyone sort of looking into his face would immediately see his blue eyes just be extinguished. He'd freeze and almost like you could see him shaking. This is something he's never experienced before. He doesn't know how to move on. He sort of wait. Brother, something is wrong. The Aeth, it's changed color.
Do you still see the path that you saw before?
It's black. Do I still see the path? I think
The path still leads into the maw, into the darkness.
Yes, I see the path, but this something's happened.
That's likely the Prime. And Wade looks to Gervais and he looks to Duncan. He looks back to you, Sage Brother, and he says, it's probably the Prime and one of the foul knowledge they've been invoking down there. If you can still see the way, go ahead and lead us, brother. I'll handle the light. And he says that he quickly says a few words. An ancient form of poetry known as a haiku that they used to say to the east. As he says that haiku, the light manifests above him as like an orb that kind of rotates around his head. Excuse me. And he's going to let Davin lead the way.
Yeah, he just begins to cautiously go into this cavern. He's staying well within the light, not turning his own on. And yeah, just slowly.
As he moves, Duncan would fall into step just to the right of Gavin, trying to stay as close as possible to him, with his shield at the ready and his hand resting on his sword, just waiting for any potential danger so that he can protect him.
And so you go forward. Gervais, what are you feeling? What are you thinking as you feel the coldness wash over you? Unlike anything you felt before.
I think I put it in chat earlier. So Gervais, he doesn't see the weave that Davin does, but he senses it. It's what he's trained for. It's what his order does. We seek the seekers. We seek the oh my gosh,
Delvers.
Delvers. Thank you. We seek the Delvers. And seeing some hesitation in Davin, it's counter to what he is. He has this. It's this almost like this exhilaration. It's like this thing. It's like butterflies. You know, it's this anticipation, but not in a bad way. He just anticipates the challenge. That's what he lives for. And so he would reach out and he would gently put a hand on Gavin's shoulder and say, "Better you let me lead, wizard. This is what we train for." And he would kind of take a move forward in front of Davin and would use his ability to track both seekers and delvers.
Perfect. Give me survival check at advantage because of your ability. Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 20. So if you're cool with it, I'll kind of describe.
Go ahead. Yeah, do it.
How it looks. So what happens? He can't see the weave the same way that Davin does, but his training, though he's not born with the Aeth, his order has this dark, unspoken artifact that they draw their power from. And as it does, the air around him almost seems to hum and vibrate. Anyone standing close to him can feel the temperatures just slowly dropping, their breath, and even Gervais' breath turns to mist in front of him. And laid out before him, he can see this path. It glows almost like in a ghostly blue.
And it's very fitting that you would say like a mist, because as you step forward into the inky blackness, what your light is met with is a shadow of mist hanging on the ground beneath you, reaching up to your knees. The light cannot permeate it. It cannot penetrate this inky blackness. And as you step forward, the cold and damp air clings to your skin. The air is thick, almost viscous. As you try to take in breaths, it catches in your throat. It hangs there. And going forward, the stone is wrought with age, mildewed and dying, if you would say so. Here, the letters are unreadable. The dampness and the plant life have ruined them. And as you watch, the plant life begins to wither. It begins to fall apart, sloughing to the ground like skin from a burnt man. I need everyone to make a wisdom save as you step back into the blackness.
Is this against something that's magic? Because I may not have
Yes, it
advantage.
would be against something that is magic.
Cool.
Anyone with less than a 14, tell me. If not, then I don't. Did anyone get anything less than 14? No? Perfect. You feel a presence reaching into your mind, but you were able to, because of your training, because of your connection to the Aeth, and because of the Aethrins that you carry with you, you were able to stave it off, so to say. Push it back out of your mind and into the world around you. But you did feel this presence, if not for a split second.
As that presence washes over us, Wade takes a step back, and then he takes a step forward And he says to himself a proverb he once read, "Nothing is more frightening than a fear that you cannot name." And as he says that, he touches his eyes, and the light's going to move over to circle his friend Gervais. No, not Gervais. It's going to move over to circle Duncan, actually, who has no means to see in the dark. And as the proverb finishes, he's going to cover his eyes and then pull the hand away, and they're covered in quicksilver, granting him the power of dark vision for the next 8 hours. And as he does so, he peers into the nameless dark, and he's looking for that fear they cannot name right over Gervais' shoulder as they continue to move forward.
And as you move further and further into the inky darkness before you, to the ichor of light, you hear the sound of pounding footsteps. And rushing towards you out of the blackness, you see 4 delvers. Roll insight checks for me.
$14.
Perfect. And just anyone who got over a 13 will see this. You see insanity in their eyes. Crazed. They don't even comprehend that you are there. They just scream running at you. They don't raise weapons. They don't move to tackle or move to attempt to even restrain you in any way. They don't move to lift a fist. They don't move to dodge you. They just run at you. What do you do?
Davin would just step back and let the Steelborn do what they think they need to do.
And as he does, I just kind of step forward, kind of placing myself in front of him, bringing my shield up, and kind of like just partially drawing my blade just in case I need it, and just watching what happens.
Yeah, so Gervais would just ready his 2-handed sword, and he would just yell, "They are bewitched!"
And as Gervais says that, Wade leans forward, his head almost over Gervais' shoulder, and he's looking at these men in their eyes. He can see studying their faces as they went by. He looks this way, that way. Bewitched, maybe, but I think this is stronger. I think those minds have been wounded, my friend. Whatever that Prime unlocked, whatever they unearthed here in this chalice, it is something that can drive men mad just by seeing it. And it seems to have no control.
What will you do to these men? Will you let them go past you, or will you attempt to stop them?
How many of them are there?
4.
Yeah. I would, so Gervais would just, if they raise no weapons, I just would see it as this. So he's standing there, and as he yells to his, or he doesn't really yell, but he says to his friends, they are bewitched. Gervais just is ready. If they should change and raise a weapon, he will just buffet them away. But as they run by, he just lets them run by, knowing that there's a madness. He sees the madness in their face. And he would just be pressing further in.
Yeah, and they run past you, screaming and panting and muttering unintelligible words. Gibbering, if you will. Just sprinting into the darkness the way you've come. Not even looking back, not even raising a weapon, not even going to attack you in any way.
You must have both. Oh, go ahead.
As we walk forward, I mutter to the others, "Poor lost souls."
They may be lost, but we are not. We must have steel hands and steel minds if we're going to go deeper into this. I don't have any desire to have my brain muddled by whatever magic lies before us tonight, my friends.
And so you continue on into the darkness. The corridor, it feels like it's been longer than it should have been. But right as you're about to start asking questions, wondering if perhaps this is a trick of the mind, you reach a point where it bends. Looping to the side, you enter into a room. Carved and, strangely enough, pristine. The stone here is completely readable, unchanged by the test of time, almost as if it was carved yesterday. And across from you sits a massive stone door, almost appearing to be singular in type. How long does comprehend languages last?
Last a minute. Sorry, no, sorry, it lasts an
Okay.
hour. Excuse me.
Oh, okay. It still
Yeah.
works then.
Yeah.
And as you're looking at this door, you see the following words that step out to you. It that came first must be it that opens. Thus you may see beyond. And thus shall that which was buried be opened.
Once Wade finishes saying those words for Davin to write down, he turns and looks at him and says, "This is a fucking riddle." And he turns back again and he reads it again. Can you repeat it one more time for me?
It that came first must be used to see it that lies beyond. I changed it a bit so it would say more sense.
Yeah. And he throws the words around for a second. And he looks back to Davin. Ideas? He looks at the doors. I'm assuming we need to answer this riddle to go through the door.
Yeah. You can do checks on the door to see if you can determine what it's made of, how it works. There's multiple things you can do to get through this situation.
What do the lines of the threads of magic look like when going to at this door? Are they sort of feeding into it?
The door, surprisingly, is blue, filled with Aeth. The black lines slip beneath it into the room following it.
Okay. Davin would step closer to the door, keeping a few feet away from it, and just studying the magic intently, seeing what information he can get. So flicking through his book, just seeing where he might have seen anything like this before.
You can roll me an investigation in your book at advantage to see if you can find any lore on it that came first.
Nat 20.
Dude, sweet. You know that to many people in many religions, the progenitor of time is what exists all around you. That which exists all around you, which created all, is known as the Aeth.
That was exactly what I was thinking anyway. This door is old. I think we must use some form of magic, Aeth, to open it. The question is, do we dare?
Do we dare? My friend, that is no question. That question is already answered. We have to. Whatever lies beyond there is our query for this evening.
It would be useful for the sovereign houses. I just do not wish to turn up like those heretics.
I think we would have became like those lost ones had we fallen into the darkness when we first came in here. You all did feel, yes, that coldness that washed over us.
Yes.
That's what drove them mad.
Absolutely.
Whatever's beyond this door, something else, the source. So you believe as Aeth we must be used to see what lies beyond this door?
Yes. Consider the environment. It is made, it is formed, it is connected by Aeth. Surely that is what is the beginning.
Well, Sage Brother, we can try by applying Aeth directly to the door, or do you have a different idea of how to use it?
That's a question. We shall just have to try and see if any of our spells will affect it.
Let's try pushing it first then. Did you ever get that bit of knowledge, the hand? Do you know how to create the hand? And to illustrate, he creates a Mercury mage hand above his own.
Sadly, not, brother. I do not know that spell.
Well then, and he pushes the mage hand forward, and from a distance, he's going to have the mage hand touch the door and try and push it to see if anything happens.
So the door shifts only slightly before settling back into place.
I need something stronger. Ideas, Sage Brother?
So while they're doing this, while the two wizards are trying to figure this out, I mean, Gervais is a soldier first and user of magic second. But his studies and his time with Wade have worn off a bit on this old, tired soldier. And I would like to, with your permission, make an intelligence check to see if I have any sort of lingering knowledge from before, after spending time chatting with Wade over many a drink, him babbling on and on about these poems and riddles and stuff that just does not interest him in the slightest, but maybe some little grain of knowledge and wisdom stuck in there, and it's triggered as these two wizards are talking in him.
Go ahead, make your intelligence check.
Okay. And I'm assuming that would be an investigation, so that would be an 18.
So specifically, you're trying to remember a spell?
Well, no, I'm trying to remember a ritual, something that speaks like an ancient ritual, because that's what Wade does, man. He likes that old shit.
Okay.
That.
Yeah.
And not talking like stuff the present, like the rest of us that live in the present, man. He's like, if it's like old, he's there. I mean, he's digging it.
He's totally retro.
Right. So I'm thinking back, like, this is ancient. I mean, this is riddle here that he like Wade, that Gervais just like, oh, okay, yeah. But then when he sees that hand press against it, he's like, wait a second, maybe there's some ritual we need to do. Maybe it's not just any one spell.
So with an 18, what you know is that of what bit of knowledge you've gathered about the Aeth, of what you've studied and what you heard, you know that the closer to get closest to the Aeth in its purest form, you must channel more of it. You know that the more Aeth you channel, the higher level of power a body can produce, the closer you become to the eternal source, to its most pure form.
Yeah. And so, sorry, go for it.
This isn't a narrative piece. I'm just going to throw this out there to you guys. Who's still holding that cloth?
Oh, Wade has the cloth.
The cloth that's like 75%. Yeah.
So I'm just gonna pretend like you said that natively anyway. Like Duncan's like, yo, but what about that cloth there? I say, and he's gonna be like, oh, the cloth. It's gonna stroke his mustache. It's gonna hear what fuck, I forgot your name. Gervais was saying. It's gonna hear what Gervais basically he spits back at Wade. I imagine him saying that about this ritual that was performed by people who lived in the same that they lived on, maybe about 5,000 years ago, if the library at Thalastus is correct here. About these people who would take these magical gear of theirs and they would use it to form these gates essentially to open and close things. Like if you'd have the gauntlet, you'd punch the wall would open up into the door. So kind of thinking of that, he takes the bit of cloth from the container. He looks at it longingly, hoping it doesn't get destroyed by this, and he wraps it around his hand. And he looks back at Sage Brother Davin, and he says, if this is destroyed, I'm going to blame you when we get back. And then he runs up, he's going to punch the door to open it up, hoping that the pure eighth will shove this thing open.
Yeah, you punch the door, and your fist hurts really bad. But the door begins to rumble, and you, with your detect magic still available to you, watch as almost these two threads of eighth connect. It is not drawn out of the cloth, though. It is touched, and it is almost connected with in a way. But the door begins to shake and rumble, and slowly with a grating sound slides apart, revealing before you a room, grand and spacious. A large, ornate set of stairs leads up to what appears to be a massive, massive tablet covered in these runes, the center of which is split, pieces of which lie on the ground before it. Strewn across the room are delvers, lying in mangled piles. You look therein, and you see one crawling towards you down these steps. She is wearing a cloak that shines as you watch it. She looks up and you see a tear in the fabric, strikingly similar to the thing you wear around your fist. And she looks up at you in fear. And walking down the step behind her comes a man, dressed in the garb head to toe, in mottled green, light green, and dark green that splay off at the light. On his face, a mask of gold, smooth, except for two eye holes that peer out at you. He walks up behind this delver, crawling down the stairs, who whispers, "Help me," as he steps on the back of her head and curb stomps her, smashing her head into the step. Blood trickling down the steps towards you. He looks up at you, and instead of speaking, your minds touch. "Perhaps you will be more helpful than these." And that is where we'll take another 5-minute break. Be back here for the final fight, baby, in 5 minutes.
First one.
I'm trying to show you my sunrise, but it's a bit blinding. There we go.
Ding.
Nice.
Good
Sunrise.
morning. That's awesome, man. Thanks for your
Yeah.
dedication, dude. Way to go.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, for me and Ty, it's like only fucking midnight.
Yeah, it's midnight here, man. I'm feeling good. I could go for another. Do you guys want to go for another 3 hours? Let's go for another 3 hours.
Yeah.
I have to work tomorrow, man.
I have
For
to be
me
in-
and Lionel, it's like 3 a.m.
Yeah, I'm with Marquise, man. It's like,
Hey, but it's been worth it though, right?
oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah.
pretty good.
Oh yeah.
I have to be in my lectures in like 5 hours.
Cool. Well, we're reaching the end of
So
the
you-
rope here.
So you get plenty of time to sleep then.
Yo, dude, I played in Lionel's game. Lionel's game for Brigade Con. 2 a.m. here until 6 a.m. and I went to work 2 hours later.
That's because Lionel wanted to run a freaking like 4 a.m. game for some reason. I don't know what
Because he's a
possessed him
nut.
to
That's
do
why,
this.
man. He's crazy. It was freaking fun though.
I wanted to make a game that would be Euro friendly.
Dude, it was seriously a bummer though that the last hour got cut out, man.
Yeah, I'm really annoyed about that. Actually. I really don't understand why the screen.
Yeah, I was gonna watch it, Lionel, but now I can't. There's no ending. I'd just be blue balled if I got there.
It ends on such a cliffhanger as well. It's so annoying.
Dude, Galbrander dies, man.
Oh, that's spoiler, man. Oh,
Well, they're never gonna know anyways.
All right. So how was this guy dressed? The one coming down the stairs. Did he have a weapon?
Yes. So he is dressed head to toe in this dark green, light green kind of robe. Almost imagine like kind of like a ranger color.
Yep.
It's like stereotypical of the Delvers, but it's more immaculate and ornate. He's wearing a golden mask that's completely smooth except for 2 small eye holes. And at his waist, he's carrying what appears to be this wicked curved scimitar.
You just had to throw the word "wicked" in there, huh?
Sorry, man. It makes it that much more cool, man. Rule of cool. So, if you guys are ready, we will go. He eyes you. And you immediately recognize him, Gervais. This is Seneschal Ember. And he's named that for a reason. Flames, ethereal in nature, splay across his golden mask. He walks down the rest of the way of these stairs and stops on the stone floor, looking at you quizzically, and says, I see. Well, welcome to my humble abode, gentlemen. And this is all in your head, by the way. It's telepathic. Perhaps you will serve me better than these. Now tell me, what year is it?
Wade holds his hand up for no one to answer, but for more importantly, for Gervais not to attack, because he knows he wants to. He knows Duncan wants to as well. And as he has his hand up, Wade looks this man in the eyes and he says, "You're not Seneschal Ember at all, are you?"
If you could see his face beneath it, he would be smiling, but you feel it more than you can see it. He smiles beneath his mask. And in your mind, you hear, astute. But I don't think it would take much to recognize that. This is but a vessel. It'll serve me for the time. It is powerful, that I will say. Being of the anointed, I can say that it will afford me strength. And he kind of eyes you. And you all are...
Wade kind of looks around for a second, and he looks back to him and he says, "We were an expedition coming through the stepstones here. Maybe from the time that you come from, they were not stepstones at all, but in our age, in our era, they are indeed stepstones, shattered mountains really filled with mist. This is a chalice, is it not?"
This is the chalice, indeed.
"And you are the chalice holder? What are you?"
I am he who has slept here for the longest of time. Some call me it that came second. Others call me desolation. Now tell me, my fine friends, who rules now?
Wade puts his hand down for Gervais to do what Gervais does best.
Are we rolling initiative, boys?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Everyone roll initiative, but he had a readied action. Ooh, that nat 20 good stuff. That nat 1 good stuff. So we got, what'd you get, Lionel?
9.
9? Okay. So it's going to go... All right. Wade, Desolation, Davin, Gervais, and Duncan. Go ahead. Oh, wait. Ready to action. That's right. He looks at you. What do you think would set him off?
It's not the hand being put down. It's the sudden realization in Wade's eyes that this is not something to talk to. It is something to destroy.
He notices that realization, and he just nods his head. So be it. Swear not fealty, but I will accept your lives. And he raises his hands from where they were sitting limply at his side. And around him, bodies turn to shadow. Sorry, it's not a spell. Bodies turn to shadow, rising up and becoming strange ethereal images of what they once were. The room darkens. Davin, the black lines that you see intensify, becoming a midnight shade. And he smiles as 4 of these rise up around him. And he says, and so we go. Go ahead, Wade.
The moment he says, "and so we go," Wade says, "and so it ends." And as he says that, he takes the wand of impotency and he moves it in a thin line through the air, not invoking it, but invoking the Ethereon within it, along with the Ethereon in his eyes, to create a chain effect, to create a powerful spell. Just this morning, Wade has seen something when he woke up. I went on a spiel earlier about how he sees patterns. He's an oracle, a seer. He can see the future from these patterns. And so he divines from these patterns what was going to happen. And he saw something today of an owl with no feathers. The owl representing knowledge, no feathers representing death, destruction, desolation in no uncertain terms. And he saw that owl blinded by rainbows. He knows now what that message meant. He knows now what that image meant. What he's doing is he's using his portent to give desolation a 1 on his saving throw against a spell known as hypnotic pattern, as he forces desolation to see the patterns of the modern era, the patterns of the modern day Aeth.
That's really good that you use that, because I rolled his save early and he got a nat 20. So what does that do? Hypnotic patterns makes it so he can't do anything until...
So basically, the shadows have to make a saving throw as well.
Okay.
But they will have, they have the normal saving throw. So wisdom saving throw. On a fail saved, everything that's staring at it is charmed for the duration, has a speed of 0, and is considered incapacitated. And it makes a saving throw It lasts for 1 minute in concentration, and it ends if the creature takes damage or if someone uses an action to shake it out of its stupor.
Okay. So the Shadow's got a nat 20 as well.
LOL.
So they make the save. He does not because you gave him an instant nat 1. And yeah, is that your turn then?
Before my turn ends, Wade quickly turns to the rest. He says, I have him controlled for now. Go ahead and handle those things while I maintain this, friends.
Desolation stands quietly. Aeth pouring across his face. Unable to move, unable to blink. Inside, raging in anger. That's this impotent little man would so much as evoke Aeth upon him, his sworn enemy. And as a legendary action, he ends the effects of this upon him. His eyes blink, and he smiles at you, Wade, and says, you have some control of the first. You shall be the first to die. And he dashes across the room towards you. He will make, let me see, where is it? 2 attacks against you. The first attack is a 22, which will hit. The second attack is a 22, which will hit. He slams into you with the fury of desolation, hitting you for a total of 17 points of damage and smiling at you.
Can I just step in quickly?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, as that's happening, Davin sees this coming. Maybe like the black lines give some indication that this thing is just rushing at Wade, and he flicks. His book opens and pages flick, and he starts getting surrounded by this Aeth, and it channels towards Wade, and I'm using the temporary hit points granted to me by my School of Abjuration, the Arcane Ward, to absorb those 17 points of damage.
Okay, his fists, these claws, meet this Aeth, slamming into it, drawing away this power that wards you. And he screams in rage in your minds. And he looks at all of you, and beneath his mask sneers, so be it. And with his last attack, he is going to... what's your AC? He got a 16 on the die. Well, not 16 on the die, 16 total.
My AC is 13.
Okay, so he'll hit you one more time. But this one, I need you to make me a con save.
That's a fail.
His hand becomes ethereal and sinks into your chest, closing around your heart. You are stunned until the end of your next turn. All right. Now we go to Davin. Oh, wait, I forgot about the shadows. Never mind. They move in. 2 of them, at his command and beck, move on to you, Davin. They will each make an attack against you. That's going to hit. 19. And a 12 does not hit you, right?
Yep, that does not hit me.
Okay. So the 19 will hit. It'll hit you for 12 points of damage. And your strength is reduced by 2. The other one missed you. 2 of them move in on Gervais. 18, does that hit you? I believe it does, right?
Yes, I got a 16.
and the other one misses. So you, Gervais, will take 9 points, and your strength is reduced by 1. Next up is Davin.
Okay. Sort of seeing this just getting absolutely battered and feeling his strength draining, he's gonna spin around, vanish in that sort of misty eighth that was very similar to the mists that you saw that we fell into, and he's casting Misty Step to sort of jump backwards 30 feet.
Okay, cool.
And then he is going to cast again, taking that fiery energy out of his book, and cast Scorching Ray again at 3rd level, to get that extra ray, and then fire it at one of each to the shadows.
This could be sexy if you killed them all. That's all I'm going to say. Go ahead and make me attacks.
I'll give it a go. Come on. Okay, let me just get my things up a second. Right, so
By the way, I'm giving the ones on your left +2 AC because they are blocked by your comrades.
Yeah. Okay, so the ones on the left, that's a 19, a 22.
Those will both hit.
A 13
Hits.
and
Yep.
a 26.
Every single one hits.
All hit. Okay, cool. Let me clear that, and let me just check damage one more time. I need to roll 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, just take in groups of 2. Ah, that's a lot of ones. Okay, so that's 4, 4, 4, and 8.
So that's
Plus
9 to 3 of
on
them.
each. Yeah.
So 9 to 3 of them and 13 to 1 of them.
Yep.
Okay. You hit them with these flames conjured by the power of Aeth. What does it look like as they almost die, this desolation being burned away, but they still survive?
So as this sort of fiery mist shoots at them, you see it impact their, I guess, what would be their chests, and wash over all of it before sort of fading off into the air. And you see this sort of shadowy orb left, and it begins to reform itself back into their original shape.
Perfect. All right. Next up is Gervais.
So Gervais falls back from the attacks. He's definitely he's not fearless. No, if anything, he's the opposite. He feels fear in every fight, but that's what actually keeps him sharp and keeps him allows him to get through. So as he feels this strength getting drawn from him, this coldness encircle his heart, others might shake in fear. He actually smiles. The sword in his hands begins to almost hum, and as it hums, this ordinary looking sword just erupts in blue flames. But the flames aren't hot. If anything, they're cold. They just seem to suck the heat from anything around it, and he's going to cut these shadows down. All right. Oh, maybe I'm going to cut one of the shadows down. So that's a 19 and a 10.
10 will not hit, 19 will.
Okay. So that's 10, 16. My strength now.
Yeah, you're gonna annihilate this shadow that you hit.
Yeah.
What does it
So
look
yeah,
like?
it just erupts. The shadow actually, even though it's as the flames of this weapon hit it, it almost like hits, and then it's like when ice spreads, when water, like a thin sheet of water hits something really cold and it freezes almost instantaneously. That's what happens. These flames just lick all over this shadow, and then it shatters onto the ground. And as he brings his sword the other way, he misses the other.
Yeah, this desolation just pours away from it, disappearing into the ground from whence it came. You are up now, Wade. You miss your turn, but go ahead and make me a con save. Oh, no, your turn. No, never mind. You come out of it immediately at the end of your turn.
You skipped Duncan, by the way.
Oh, Duncan. Sorry, go ahead. My
I
bad.
was about to say, like, what?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright, so in this state, are big bads attacking Wade?
The big bad is attacking Wade, who angered him. The shadows are attacking the rest of the party. There's 3 left.
How far is Wade and the big bad from me?
Probably about 10 feet.
Alright. As this is all going on, Duncan just moves straight forward for the desolation attacking Wade. And he just goes in there and he he goes in there, seeing that Wade is in dire need of protection, like out of everything that's going on. This is the target. This is the source of the power, and he's going to try and strike at it. So I'm going to try and hit him with precision strike. Oh shit! 1 second. That's I may have just butchered. That's a 16 hit.
Sadly, a 16 will barely not hit.
Damn it! Oh. Damn it. But okay, so as I miss, I call out to the others and say, Don't forget what we're fighting for here, guys. Don't forget what we're fighting for here. And then I start reciting our oath. Bring light the last of shadow. Bring to light the last of shadow. And I'll end my turn there.
Your sword comes crashing down on this creature, this desolation, and it doesn't even look at you. Your sword would have struck true, but an invisible force catches it, making it thrum and vibrate in the air. Desolation just simply turns his head to you nonchalantly and smiles beneath his mask. A good attempt, boy. And turns back to Wade, but I have unfinished business. He is going to sidestep away from the 2 of you. He lines up the party and raises a hand. I need all of you to make dexterity saving throws.
Don't forget that I've teleported back 30 feet.
Oh, okay, you're out of the range then. Sadly, it's not a spell again.
Fuck them, it's fucking god creatures.
Anyone who gets beneath a 16, please tell me.
I got a 15.
So we got a 15. What did the other 2 get?
I got.
Oh, you got a 16.
I got a fail. Yeah.
Okay, and then what did you get, Duncan? Okay, perfect. So you make the save. You're going to take half of this. You are wreathed in necrotic power. It surges over you in a rippling tide, your skin darkening and dying beneath it. You will all, so you two that failed the save will take 30, and the one who succeeded will take 15.
30.
And that will be its turn. All right, next up is I believe it's Gervais.
The shadows.
Oh, that's right, the shadows. The shadows will attack. That's a miss. Oh my god, that's a miss. Okay, finally one hits on Duncan. It raises its hands towards you for 8 points. Your strength is lowered by 2 as these glowing hands of darkness touch your skin, and you feel the Aeth pouring out of you into it as it siphons this energy from you. All right, now it's Davin.
Sorry, was that me? I was
Yep, your go.
busy coughing. He knows what he has to do again, and he reaches onto his book once more, bringing forth this fiery essence and firing out 3 rays at these last 3 shadows. Let me make my attacks. See if I can wreck these. Oh, all right, hold on. Right, so that's a plus. So, all right, nat 20 on one of them. That's a 11. It's probably a miss. And a 14.
Yeah, 11 just barely misses, but the other 2 will hit. You slaughter 2 of them. They're so low on health. What does it look like? What does a nat 20 look like?
Yeah.
In fact, actually, roll me a luck die. Roll me a d8.
I'll do that.
This is a home rule I use.
I got a 5.
Okay, so that's high on the luck. It's gonna kill the other shadow too. It's standing close enough to the other one.
Okay.
So what does this look like?
All right. So as I fire these 3 separate rays at these shadows, the 2 on the sides miss, but the 3rd one hits its target, and the 2 that miss actually swing around and combine into this forming mass of fire, which just erupts outwards, sort of, and you see the black shadow sort of bursting out and just dissipating into nothing as it destroys these 3 shadows.
Perfect, man. That's awesome. All right, Gervais.
Perfect. It's about time. So Gervais, he how far away is this bad, really scary bad guy?
He is about, now that he stepped around to the side, he's about 10 feet away from you.
Oh shoot, I'm just gonna close that distance then. And and as he does, Gervais, he chants this lost foreign language. Wade hears it and it burns and stings his ears. It's a darker tongue, long lost, but one used by Gervais' steel order. And as he does so, his face almost goes a cold blue, and you can see the flesh get sucked in. And as it does, you can see pain in his eyes, but it spreads down his arms and across his sword, and it just like ice. And the flame of his blade just grows larger. And I am going to strike at this mofo. So that is, I can re-roll that first roll because I'm Great Weapon Master, so I will do that.
That 17's going to hit,
And that's
though.
actually sucks. All right, so 17, so that's going to be 10, 15, 18, 19. And I got to roll one more 6 for my... So it's 26 points of damage. And I will do the same again. Does a 16 hit?
Just barely misses.
How about a 17? Because I'm
A
plus
17.
7.
Oh, a 17 will hit then. Yeah.
Oh, nice. So that is going to be 10, 25, 28 points more damage. And as a no, I already used my bonus action. And as a reaction, where is the Prime that was dead, that was killed? Is she nearby?
She's lying probably about 30 or 40 feet away on the stairs.
Okay, good. All right.
Probably somewhere where I am right now, if we've gone down into the chamber.
Yeah, if you've
So
gone
then
into the
teleport
chamber,
back.
if you've gone into the chamber, she's probably about like 10 feet away from you.
Yeah, so that'll be the end of
Okay,
today.
perfect. Then we'll go with Duncan.
All right. So, I'm the pain Duncan feels is pretty apparent on his face as he takes the two as his body is just starting to break under the pain of the 2 hits. But he pushes forward again, and he goes in with his sword, just with a solid 2 slashes. Let's give me a moment here. That's a miss. And that's also a miss. Shit.
Yeah, you swing your blade at him. And he just calmly steps to one side, and as the other one comes around, he lifts a hand casually, and it catches on this invisible force again. Will that be it?
Yeah, that's it for my turn.
All right, Wade. Show me these shenanigans you've thought up.
The shenanigans have to wait because right now Wade is in some serious trouble. When that necrotic flame hit him, it made his skin so pale. You can see the veins underneath of it. His hair began to visibly gray, so his mustache's goatee. But most importantly, it just wreaked these vicious attacks on his mental state. It rotted away the core of who he was temporarily. And for a moment, he was drowning in melancholy and regret. And as he's laying face first on the ground, looking around, he can't hear anything. His senses are almost completely deadened. He sees something pulsing before him, something calling to him, calling to the Etherions in his eyes, calling to the Eighth in his soul. And he gets up almost mechanically, drooling onto the ground, stumbling forward, almost on all fours as he kind of crawls towards this thing calling him to him. And next moment he knows he's on the stairs, and the corpse of the Prime is there, and his hands are on the cloak. And he's going to use the use object action as he tears the cloak off and invokes whatever power was inside of it.
So while you're wearing this cloak, you have +1 to AC, and this does translate over to the wild shape.
Mhm.
And you are able to wild shape into anything that you've seen with a CR of 2 or lower.
Okay, so Direwolf is AC of 2, correct?
I believe so. I can hurry and
Okay.
check for you.
Yeah, the AC 1. I'm sure it does. Yeah. Okay, so when he throws this over his body, and I'll pick a different animal if it turns out I'm wrong here.
No, it's CR1. Yeah, you're good.
All right. As he throws this over his body, the cloak returns into pure light, into strands of fabric that kind of go in and out of his body. Because as you said before, everything is made out of Eighth. And this blinding flash of light, this beautiful, crisp howl originates from where he was standing, and it bounces off the walls of the cavern, growing louder and louder and louder as the massive bear-sized wolf that he has become stands there, fangs bared at desolation as his turn comes to an end. His action transform.
Awesome. Sweet. That's super cool. Take a point of inspiration for that. Desolation turns and looks at you with amusement on his face and just turns back at Gervais. He looks at you, Gervais, this cold blade shimmering and glowing in your hand with fire, but not fire of warmth, but of that cold oblivion that he just barely felt. And Desolation looks at you, says, very well. I will deal with you as well. And he is going to make 3 attacks against you. The 20 total. 15, I don't think hits you. And a 18. So 2 hits.
Yeah.
One of these hits slams into you for 10 points of damage. And the other one, as this fist clenches around your throat, he brings back a hand, and you see this necrotic power close over his fist. And he slams his fist into your stomach, and you feel the necrotic power seep into your bones, into the very essence of who you are. And this attack will deal 22 points of damage. Necrotic energy breathing through your body, exploding inside of you. And you know how cold your blade is.
Yeah,
but
that
this
hurt.
chill is 10 times worse than that. This is the chill of death. We will now go to, I believe it's Davin next. Yep, Davin.
Okay. Question before I go. Would I be able to shoot a line attack at this guy without hitting any of my teammates?
Yes, you could. If you positioned yourself a little bit more to the side, you definitely could.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Davin sort of surveys the battlefield, and he maneuvers to the side, getting a better angle. And and his book begins to flick somewhere near the end now. And this yellow energy begins to form around him. And then you start seeing sort of blue sparks of static sort of flash around him. And with a wave of his hands, he pushes them forward like that, and out comes this humongous lightning bolt streaking towards the desolation. And he needs to make a dex saving throw, I believe, and the DC is 16.
Yeah, he got like a 14. So yeah, he fails.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Okay, so I need to roll. Right. Oh. Okay, he takes.
Holy dice.
All of
Okay.
that plus 5.
12, 18, 22, 26,
Oh shit. I cannot add.
28, 33, 35.
I'll just check that. I got 36.
Sorry, I was trying to cheat you out of a point of damage. My bad.
Plus 5 for 41 points of damage.
What does this look like? As this just slams into him.
It would just pass straight through him. He's in a physical body, right?
Yeah, he's in a physical body.
Yeah. So I imagine as the lightning bolt just passes straight through him, you see his body just shake violently as this huge electrical energy passes through it. But I imagine he's still okay. Still going.
He's still looking okay, but he's definitely hurting.
Okay.
All right. Next up after Davin is Gervais.
Yeah, so Gervais is definitely hurting. But he's not going to, that's not going to stop him. He is still going to try to strike this baby down. Oops. All right, I'm going to re-roll that second one because I believe that'll hit. Perfect. 10, 22, 25 points of damage.
Okay, perfect.
Roll. And that is going to miss. Unless anyone wants to throw me some inspiration.
I'll give you one of my 2 points of inspiration if I can.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Pass it on. Explain to me what it looks like as you inspire him, though.
It's just it's having seen him get hurt. The wolf weight is what I want to call him. Wolf weight is just he's howling in such a way that the howls, you can feel the bestial instinct filling you and overtaking you, Gervais, to swing again.
Perfect. Yeah. It inspires me to no end. And let's hope it works. Yes. Do you want me to roll damage again, or do you want me to keep the damage?
Just keep that damage.
Perfect. That is a great answer, Tyler. That's a 32 more points of damage.
Yeah, I figured you'd want to hear that.
And with that, so is Duncan right there with me? Is he? You're up on this thing too, right?
Yeah,
Duncan?
he's right next to you.
Yeah. So I'm gonna look for a spot. No, fuck it. I'm staying. I don't run, man.
Stand tall, man. Do or die, man.
I
All
am
right.
going to. Yeah. No, I'm gonna stand tall.
All right, go Duncan.
All right. Seeing just everyone just wailing on this thing, I'm just gonna keep trying to push through and trying to hurt it. And so I go for my another 2 hits and one. Oh, come. Fuck. That's a miss. Oh, finally. Nat 20.
Also, I'm going to give you my last point because I had 2 points of inspiration. The howling will inspire you to re-roll that first miss you had.
Alright. And I got even worse.
Okay. So do max damage with your attack and then just roll the dice again.
Alright. Let's see. So that's 10. That's 26.
Whoa! Holy cow. Okay. Ouch. All right. That it?
And yeah, that's it.
Dude, dang. All right. So you chop this guy up pretty bad. Your sword finally cracks through this barrier of force he's making, scoring a deep hit across his arm. Blood pouring from it, but it's not normal blood as you'd expect it to be. It drips out in small cascades of a silver almost. All right, Wade.
So I'll put the information into the side chat. I assume 22 hits. So smelling not only the blood, but this quicksilver that's pouring from this person, not unlike what pours from his eyes in his human form. It activates this carnal, instinctual, primal thing in Wolf Wade's mind, and he charges forward on all fours. This guy's gonna make a DC 13 saving throw as his attack hits. Tell me if it hits or not. If he saves or not.
So it hits, but he saves.
Okay, so he's going to, you can describe it as you want, he's going to stand tall during this, but the wolf pounces at him, leaping over the tops of Gervais and Duncan, landing on top of him, his massive bear-sized body just like covering his entire form of Desolation, and his jaws close on Desolation's masked face, the fangs shoving the face deeper, kind of breaking bones of the vessel and everything for 11 points of damage. And my two comrades, as long as I'm within 5 feet and they're within 5 feet of this thing, and I'm in wolf form, they will have advantage on every attack they make because of pack tactics.
Cool. At the end of your turn, it'll make a legendary action. It raises a fist again, and you see this wreathing flame of darkness pour over it. It attacks you, and it'll hit for a total of 23 points of damage. It slams into you, and this opens your mouth in pain, freeing you from its face. Darkness shooting through your body and ripples through your veins. Now it is its turn. As a bonus action, it uses Misty Step. Backwards, and the three of you line up again. It raises a hand towards you and says, "Sayonara, suckers." No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so it says, I'm sorry. Feel the flames of desolation and suffer with your light, heathens. Everyone make a dex save, you three.
Brandon, I'm going to give you my 1 point of inspiration as advantage, and you'll hear just Davin. You hear the flicking of his pages, and that always gives you some reassurance that he's going to wreck some shit next round, and you feel inspired to make that save.
Cool. So, what'd you get on your second roll then, Brandon? Assuming you're going to use it. Oh, dude, your dice hate you. I'm sorry, man. Nat 1. But either way, I guess you'll still take the higher. Unless you want to take the nat 1. Are you going to pull a Tim Carney?
I'm taking the nat 1. I'm taking the nat 1.
You're taking the nat 1?
I'm taking the nat 1. Oh, God.
Okay.
Like, you're right. My dice do hate me. I decided to pull back a dice because I decided to pull back one of my dice that had been rolling low, and it fucked me over.
All right. Anyone who fails the save will take 40 points. Anyone who succeeded will take 20. As necrotic energy courses through your body, filling you and burning you from the inside out. The eighth is pushed from you, almost as if this force is trying to suck the life out of you. All right. Next up is Davin. He's not looking good, by the way. Desolation isn't.
He's still alive.
I'm still alive. I'm back in my normal weight form at 10 HP.
I'm still alive with a solid 25 health. Yeah.
Okay. The book now floats in front of him, and he brings both hands down, bringing up this fiery energy once more, but even bigger than before. And I'm going to cast Scorching Ray at 4th level.
Do it up, man. Come on.
Which I think gives me 5 attacks. Let me just check again. 1, 2, 3. Yes, 5 attacks. Please. Oh, dice stream is playing in 25 minutes. Right, here we go. Okay, so that's a 14 is a miss, and 5 is a miss. So that is 19, 20, and 20.
Yep, those all hit. Those 3 hit.
Right. So he takes 5, 10, 17 plus 15 is 32.
How do you kill him?
Oh, okay. Okay, well, what I'm imagining right now is, any of you watch DBZ?
Oh, of course, man.
Yeah, okay, just imagine like Krillin rising up against these Cybermen, or the Desolation, and just going absolutely nuts, just firing these scorching rays, having seen his allies being like absolutely decimated. He just rises up in anger and just shoots out all of these rays at this Desolation. And yeah, they enter him, and he just explodes from his chest in energy.
This barrage, machine gun fire of scorching rays slamming into the ground leaves an immolation of just this combustion, this immolation, this explosion of flame. And Desolation's body rockets out of it, slamming into the wall, slumping to the ground, and lands face down, head cocked to the side. Scorching holes covering his body where your scorching rays slammed into him. Steam rising from them. Eyes dead. And as the body falls to the ground, the mask rolls off of the face, revealing a normal man. The mouth opens slowly, and an inky black mist pours out of it, and you hear the voice in your head. You are an interesting lot. I shall see you again. That I'm certain. And the mist flies away, out the door, disappearing into the night. Combat is now over.
First thing
just so the record, I'm down.
Yeah, I was going to say that. So the moment Wade sees this, he's staring there, mouth agape. You know, he's back in his normal form, the cloak around his shoulders and everything. And he's only kind of like half there at the moment. But then he looks down and he sees the withered husk that was Gervais. And he sees he's still just faintly breathing. And normally there'd be some kind of incredible like impatience, some kind of like worry and concern. But the necrotic flames had burned away most of that for now. So kind of falling to his knees and crawling to beside his friend Gervais, he's going to start taking out components from his spell pouch. And is going to try and basically use what he has to perform a medicine check to stabilize him. So a 10 or higher would be a stabilizing thing.
Yeah, go ahead. You're muted, by the way.
So Wade is just, his mind is like crumbling and putting itself back together. And as he's trying to find some kind of way to put his fan back together, he cannot effectively figure out a way to do it. I got a 9.
Okay. Gervais, make a death save for me. All right. You other two, are you going to try and help, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and help him. There's one
medicine,
save down. Yeah, medicine.
All right. Let's give it a go. Right. CL, I know you're dying.
Who the heck brought these guys?
They really must not want you to live, man.
I got a solid 16 for this.
Oh, hey.
Okay.
There we go. Battle medic.
You guys are like trying to use magic. You guys are trying to use magic to save him. You guys are like can't figure it out. You guys are trying everything in your power point on
I'm
components.
trying mending on flesh.
Yeah, exactly. You're trying to mend his flesh. What does Duncan do? How does Duncan stabilize him?
Okay, after like a moment of just standing there bewildered that they just survived, he looks over. He walks over. He kneels down beside him, and just just seeing like the blood and just seeing all this, his first instinct is just he takes a flask of water and pours some water in him, like props, and then he looks down and just like he then reaches into his bag and takes out some some like just basic wrapping, like some basic linen wrappings. They would be used to dress wounds. And he just kind of like generally just tries to like wrap up the wounds as best as he can, just to try and slow down the bleeding and try and keep him alive.
Yeah, and with shaking hands, you try to like wrap up these wounds, and I almost imagined that like you're like doing an okay job, but like somebody bumps into you and you land on him instead, and the pain shocks you awake.
Yeah.
So Gervais, you wake up.
I've been to the other side.
Okay, as he's like waking up, I'm like with the last of my energy, I'm like, I just pass him my flask of water. It's just like, drink. You need it.
And Wade looks at you when you say that, and he half smiles and he says, "Is it like what is it like what the tribesmen used to say, and you were surrounded by virgins that were the stars in the sky, or was it just black and boring?"
It was nothing.
Black and boring it is.
All right, guys. And that is where we'll end the session.
Perfect.
So everybody, thank you so much for playing. We'll do quick outros. Go ahead and say what you want. And yeah, I'll give everyone like a quick 2-minute outro. We'll start with Marquise. Go to Brandon again.
So Susan was Strider, third point of inspiration, yada yada yada. Check the stuff out on Facebook, YouTube. Before we go, I want everyone who watches this to know what my master plan was. There's a 4th level spell called Fabricate. It lets me create an object that consists of 8 cubes, 8 5-foot cubes connecting each other. They have to use resources for it. So I was going to use the ground underneath him to make a 40-foot hole that he drops into, and then make a pillar above the hole. The pillar would then fall into the hole and crush the man. Sadly, it never manifested. And I was like, if I can do this, it will be the most Willy Wonka kill of a boss I've ever done.
And I would have hated you for it. All right, on to Lionel.
Yeah, I'm Lionel, and two guys T and D&D. And Tyler, thank you for running that. It was really fun. It's always a blast getting your ass handed to you in the boss fight. And but I lived. I was knocked down, but I lived. So take notes, Marquise. Take notes, man. But no, it was fun. I really had a fun time. Just getting there was a blast. I loved the scene where we were out hanging from the cables and the pillars. That was great.
Awesome. All right, go ahead, Harry.
Yeah, I'm Harry of Two Guys T and D&D, and that was an amazing first time playing on Wizard. So I really enjoyed that, and I'm playing that again. So make sure you guys subscribe to Tyler. Don't worry about my channel. Just subscribe to Tyler. He's the one.
All right, awesome, man. Thanks. Going on to Brandon.
All right. Honestly, the only thing I have to say is, as usual, Tyler, great DMing by you. Fantastic job. I love this. I love the adventure. I'm especially a big fan of the cable scene myself. That was great work. And yeah, honestly, I'm not going to bother plugging anything. It's honestly not that much. But yeah, thank you for running this. Had a great time.
Awesome, man. Thanks. Thanks, everyone, for playing again. I hope to get you guys another games. That was so much fun. Seriously, it makes all the difference having fantastic players. So thanks again, guys, and I'm ending the broadcast now. Thanks for tuning in, everyone.